Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. The House will please come to order. So members, we're still missing a committee, and maybe two, but we're gonna get a privilege of the floor, I think, right now. So members, please, your attention. Representative Jennings, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People, before we get started on a good grueling afternoon, I'd like you to look in the South Gallery and maybe we could get Dave and Stan Iverson. Dave, go ahead and stand up. Dave comes to our church and this is his dad, Stan. So let's welcome.
Welcome to the House. So glad you're here with us today. We're just going to stand at ease. We have a committee coming in right now, so we're just going to stand at ease for just a few moments. As you folks know, we're going to be taking up House Bill 173 and the 19 amendments that accompany it on third reading. And just so you know, the chief clerk did not win the pool. She had picked 18 as the number of amendments, and I put in the 19th amendment. So funny how you can do that. That's why you never bet on a veterinarian whether a cow is pregnant or not. They're going to win the bet. We'll just stand at ease for a few moments. Thank you. Do we have transportation? All right, members, we're going to get started. So with that order of business of continuing third reading and final passage, the next bill for our consideration is House Bill 173.
House Bill 173, sponsored by House Education, School Finance Funding 2, an act relating to school finance being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
And surprise, 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 we have amendments. The First Amendment, Representative Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I'd like to withdraw third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 173.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader Summers. The next amendment for your consideration is number 2, and I do not see the sponsor. Or just stand at ease. The sponsor of the amendment just walked in the door. Hello. Representative Brown.
Mr. Speaker, can you tell me which number it is, please? Number
Third
2?
reading amendment number 2
All
to House
right.
Bill 173.
I will move said amendment, third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 173, and I'll ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, what this amendment is doing is requiring two different things. As we're talking about K through 12, one of the things that this body has addressed just recently in the past is the K through 3 reading assessment. And what we've learned, not to get too deep into this discussion, but deep enough that we have a cursory understanding of what we're talking about. If kids don't know how to read by the 3rd grade, they don't do well in life in general. So what this amendment does is this sets up a program that would allow teachers to receive a stipend of $1,500 a year if they were to go out and go get a nationally recognized reading endorsement for their teaching degree. Now, we actually do not have anything like this currently in statute. We actually don't have anything like this that even promotes this level of engagement to our teachers. And what we're looking at doing here is we're looking at providing a couple hundred teachers with the opportunity of receiving this for the rest of this time that this bill goes through. Now, the second thing that this does is it allows us to operate and compare apples and apples and oranges and oranges. And right now with our K through 3 reading assessments across the districts, we have a ton of different reading assessments that are being done, but we can't really compare them. We can't really look at them. And so you've got District A working on this one, District B working on this one, and District C working on this one. You've got so many different variations of these. You can't really compare who's doing right and who's doing what to try to get an actual level representation of what we're trying to achieve, which is to try to get kids reading by the 3rd grade. So that's what this amendment is doing. And I would respectfully submit that looking at this, and I'd actually even entertain having a discussion on the appropriation. The appropriation was brought in, and if somebody wants to divide that out, I'm happy to have that. But subject to the availability, the way I look at this is I think the way that we need to do this, $1,500 to have a teacher go out and make sure that they're able to know the latest, greatest science and techniques on how to teach kids to read is very important. We're setting these kids up to make sure that they can continue forward. And if we don't have them setting up and reading by age or by the third grade, we're not getting them set up for success in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and against the amendment, I would be for the bill. But it does look like a bill to me. And really what's in this bill currently is, yes, we have K-3. You can decide how many teachers you want per classroom, that sort of thing, how much material you resource. But this is more a policy piece that's really a bill. And while I really like the bill, I just don't know if it belongs in this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time, third reading amendment number 2? Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this, members, you'll recall in 2019, House Bill 297 did a lot of work and resolved these issues. And if you read really lines 15 through about 22 of the existing statute, it's taken care of. And I just think that part of the issue back then was to get away from a centralized state system of assessments K-3. That's part of the problem that we eliminated. And I appreciate that, but I think if you read the command in the statute, the screening has to be evidence-based and nationally recognized. So I think that part, going back to having the department approve the 3 that individual districts use, I just think it's a step in the wrong direction. I like paragraph F. I think that's all good, but I think we're doing a really nice job, and we're continuing to get better. You know, it's all about continuous improvement, all of us and all of our jobs and careers. And you know, there's no doubt third grade reading is the key. And I think House Bill 297 once again refocused that. I think this takes us kind of a control piece back here to Cheyenne. And I think, you know, I think that's something we need to talk about in the Education Committee over the interim. So thank you on and against. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time, second time, to the sponsor, Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I didn't necessarily think that it was going to receive this little of attention, so I'm going to go ahead and divide the amendment as we're doing this, Mr. Chairman. Very easy.
What's your division?
Division number 1 being page 1, lines 39 through 42, and continuing on to page 2 through lines 15. And the rest would be division number 2, Mr. Speaker.
So just to clarify, division 1 is page 1, lines 39 through 42, and page 2, lines 1 through 15. Is that correct? And the
That's correct,
remainder
Mr.
of the amendment is the remainder of the amendment is 2, i.e. lines 1 through 38 and 17 through 28. Is that accurate?
Correct, Mr. Speaker.
So I'm going to add, oh boy, I've got a little bit of a problem up on page lines 7, 8, and 9 about the new creations of sections E and F, but that'll probably just be a technical correction in the end. And we also have a short title or a title issue as well, because that needs to be cleaned out too. But I'll rule it is divisible. There'll be need to be some cleanups. Division 1, lines 39, 42. Division 2, 1 through 15. We're taking Division 1.
Take division 1.
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a $1,500 stipend to provide teachers a little bit of an incentive, subject to the availability of funds. Currently, there is no availability of funds. This is something I will work with the Education Committee as we move through the interim to find an availability for some funds here. But as it stands right now, this does not provide anything except the opportunity to bring this $1,500 stipend in to make sure that our teachers are learning the latest and the greatest. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Any member want to speak on Division 1? Division 1. Any member want to speak on Division 1? We're voting on Division 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Division is defeated. We're on to Division 2. Representative Brown.
Vote no.
Any other discussion? Members, we're voting on Division 2, House Third Resolution number 2. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The division is defeated. The amendment is not adopted. Next division is third reading number 3, Representative Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. There's another amendment coming that does this same thing, and so I am going to withdraw third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 173.
Thank you. Third reading amendment number 3 is withdrawn. Next amendment, third reading number 4. Representative Andrew, I couldn't see you without your blue suit. Sorry. Representative Andrew, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 173 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment is an effort to save the state up to $225 million without cutting education in the process by solving a problem that is specific to our generously funded education system in Wyoming. The problem this amendment is trying to solve is something we discussed last week. The state is about to receive $300 million dedicated to education from the American Rescue Plan Act. We decided to increase the cash limit or the cash reserve limit from 15 to 25% of the preceding year's guarantee. We are also going to allow school districts to save more money so that they do not feel the need to spend it all. Because if they don't, they have to give it back to the school foundation program account. Increasing the reserves is a good idea and helps prevent a use it or lose it mentality. The problem is that this allows districts to put away money for a rainy day that will never come because we're still obligated to give them their foundation program guarantee, even if they have the full 25% saved up. The foundation program guarantee is the amount computed by our model that each district needs. The foundation program guarantee minus local revenues paid to the districts is computed to determine the funds they need to either deposit into or withdraw from the school foundation account. This amendment treats supplantable federal funds similar to how we treat local revenue by requiring the district to return the amount that can be supplanted at a rate of 75% of the funds they received. Schools may be able to use some of the money. That is why my amendment only requires they return 75% of the amount of money they receive. But that being said, we still fund education adequately, equitably, and generously. The districts simply do not need all of this income to supplement block grant funds. My amendment simply supplants the usual funding streams with the federal funds they will receive as long as the rules allow for it and prevents both overspending and oversaving. These funds will all be sent to schools eventually. This amendment only helps to stabilize the school foundation program for a longer amount of time. Now, there is another amendment that'll do the same thing, and the language is stronger and the mechanics do work better. However, because that amendment covers more than just using federal funds, I wanted to still offer this as a standalone option to make sure we get this idea into the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member first time? Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and against the amendment, and I really appreciate the bringer and the work that he put in on this. But I think it's problematic on about line 17, where it goes into other similar subsequent federal enactment. And really it tries to bring in, we don't know what there, or other similar subsequent federal enactment. And so that could be a special ed program that's going to be supplemented out of these dollars. And then are we going to try to revert them when they can't revert? I really believe the other amendment does it the right way. And so while I really appreciate the bringer's idea, I think he was Right. In fact, his sparked that whole conversation. I don't think it quite does the right thing. I think there's some danger in this amendment. So I would urge you to resist this.
Thank you. Representative Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, I would have a question. Who's going to determine that the CARES Act funding was specific for specific things and they had to be, we were very careful throughout the state on how we spent those funds. Who's going to determine how these funds can be spent and whether or not they'll fit into the model in the shortfalls? And then the other part of the question would be if we were to pass your amendment, would then it be removed by the other amendment? I'm not sure I figured the other one out yet. So those would be the two questions.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? First time. Any other member for their first time? First time, second time to the sponsor, Representative Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is written in a way so that this only applies to supplantable funds. If we get other federal funds that are dedicated to specific uses, this amendment would not apply. The amendment is also an if because we are waiting on the rules from the federal government onto how we may or may not use this. And so that's what will determine how we can use this, and we're still waiting on that information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment has not been adopted. Next amendment is number 5. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to move third reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 173 and ask your favorable consideration. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is a school district consolidation amendment. And as you know, there was a bill that didn't quite make it out of committee. I've retailored this amendment to basically allow 2 school districts per county, with the exception of one county, to allow each of the school districts on the reservation to have their own school district because there's federal funds associated with those. And so, as you know, we have 48 school districts currently in Wyoming. This would, when you do the math, take out 9 of them. And let me quickly tell you where they are. Currently, Uinta County has 3. It would take it down to 2. Sheridan has 3, again, down to 2. Park would lose 1. Fremont County currently has 8. It would knock it down to 4, the 2 for the reservation districts, and then 2 at large throughout wherever the school districts wanted them. And then the biggest reduction would be in Bighorn County, which currently has 4 school districts and 1 legislator, and it would knock that down to 2. So I'm not sure about all of you, but as I've been talking about how to raise money for education, what the long-term plan for education is over the past 2 or 3 or really 7 years now, in my district and at meetings around the state, I continue to hear the same thing. Why do we have 48 school districts, right? We have 30 state senators, 48 school districts, 90,000 kids, 48 school districts. And so, you know, those of you who were here last year, remember that I've tried some bills to have a friendly way to look at consolidation, see what is really needed. Didn't go so well. I brought a bill that had, I think, carrots and sticks in it saying, let's get everybody together, try to figure out how to, you know, be more efficient with our resources. Because I do think I have not heard from anyone who says, yes, well, besides the one association that represents school boards, that we truly need 48 school boards in Wyoming and 48 school districts. And the testimony is like, well, it's about the kids. But I'd continue to assert to you, the best thing for the kids, if you look at the counties that have one unified school district, that have big schools and small schools, those kids in the rural areas and the small schools get access to, I would say, better special ed, better curriculum offerings. They get to share resources through IT, through busing, through access to school nurses, you name it. I think it's better for the kids. And so when we're talking about how to save millions upon millions of dollars, you know, this doesn't solve the education, but I think as we're trying to cut state government and cut funding to the university, to our community colleges, and we're going to have to make a cut to education. I don't want to cut teacher salaries. I don't want to cut the quality of education, but I do think there's a whole lot of efficiencies, not just in reducing the number of superintendents and administration, but really reducing that we don't need, 3 different buildings that are bus garages within 20 miles of one another, right? We don't need 3 different IT components in 3 different districts when you could have one IT source for the county. So I've tried to be, I think, more, I'm not sure if fair is the right word, but considerate certainly that there are lots of reasons why a county might need more than 1 school district, but I can't think of a lot of reasons why it would need more than 2. And there is one county that currently has 8, and I do agree they could probably have 4. But I know I'm almost assured that each one of you has heard the same concern. Why do we have 48 school districts? We haven't looked at this in 40 years. So the amendment basically says by September of this year, State Board of Education submits a plan to the Joint Education Committee for their review on how to do this and how to take out at least 9 of the school districts. That would still leave us with 39 for 90,000 kids in Wyoming. And then if it goes back before the Education Committee into this body in 2022, it would become effective in July 1st of 2022. And if we don't like the plan or something doesn't work out, this body, we can debate it next year and find a better solution. But I do think this is I don't want to call it a stick, but a good mechanism to really force all of our school boards and the education community to say, hey, we can be more efficient with resources, right? We spent almost $3 million for efficiency studies in state government. There's bound to be efficiencies in K-12 education that haven't been realized because we have, trustees on school boards who don't really want to share resources. So I'd encourage your favorable support of the amendment. Be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Other members, first time, Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would like to divide the amendment. And I would like to divide, Division 1 would be lines 29 through 40. And Division 2 is the rest of the amendment.
Right, I reviewed, and I believe it is divisible. Actually, I think you want Division 1 to be just lines 30 through 39. I think you still need Division 2 to have.
Either way, I think.
Either way, okay. So go with Division 1's lines 30, and the remainder of the page. Again, there'll be some cleanups on these, but we understand conceptually what you're trying to accomplish. So you're proceeding with Division 1, which is 30 through 39.
Correct.
Please
So-
proceed.
Please, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. So on Division 1, on and against Division 1. And so what Division 1 does, it says shall make an order establishing the reorganized school district. So it actually implements the plan. So Section A is a study and Section B is implementation. And so I think we can talk about those two things separately. And frankly, we did when this was presented as a bill. And so on Section B, I'm strongly against consolidation. And I really believe that it harms small towns, small communities in Wyoming. And so I don't want to see it happen now. Maybe the study part, maybe we take a look at it and see how it might work. I think there's some more things that could be added into A, but I think if it became a study topic, I think that could be added in. But I do not want to see these consolidated. I can think of we've looked at this in recalibration before. And the savings is $7 million a year. And I'm not sure the savings of $7 million is worth drying up towns, because if you think you can go beyond 7 million, then really what you have to do is close schools. And so I would urge you to vote no on Division 1.
Thank you. Chairman Larson or Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think sometimes when we talk about schools consolidation, we think that that means that you close down a school. And that's just not necessarily so. I grew up in a school district that's as big as the chairman of education's house district and had 3,500 students, 4 or 5 high schools, and about double that elementary schools. My daughter-in-law that grew up in the state west of us grew up in a school district that had 89,000 students in one district, 13 or 14 high schools, 23, 24 elementary schools. So I don't know that it means that you have to get rid of the schools, but it certainly does mean that you can certainly consolidate on administration, on technical stuff, share special ed professions, and do a lot of things that we seem to build silos in now. So I understand the argument, but I think that it can be done reasonably, and it doesn't mean that you have to abandon a school and dry up a town.
Thank you. That's first time for Representative Hunt, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the division, and I appreciate what the get bringer of the amendment and now the division is trying to do. But on and against, and while the previous speaker, there may be some merit to that. I think that what cannot be disputed is whether, even if there's not the immediate discussion of a closure of a school within a consolidated area, you absolutely put that school at risk of being closed. And so it's not just about jobs directly and the impact that has on these very tiny communities, which is obviously has the potential to have a huge impact. It's also about the security and the identity that these students have with the schools that they currently attend. And I mean, they're very small schools, so that's understood, but they're coming from rural areas. And so to force these kids to go to a larger school when that doesn't necessarily have to be an option, I think is potentially putting their educational well-being at risk. And in addition to that, I think that if we're talking about this, the odds are that we're not talking about high schools. We're probably talking about grade schools and potentially middle schools, because as we know, a lot of these very small schools, they either go from from K through 5 or K through 8 or whatever. And so you are disproportionately putting these younger kids in this potentially into this situation where they're having to be bused for long hours. Over the last few days, I've done just a little bit of research, and in some recent consolidations, and by recent, I mean in the last 10 years, there was a very tiny community in the very edge corner of Sweetwater County where their school closed down. And yes, there were only a handful of kids, but now those kids who are younger, they're grade school age, were being bused like 40 to 50 miles to the next biggest school. And the article that I read, that just did not work out for a lot of parents, that their kids are having to get up early, they're coming home late, they're tired. And so I think that while I understand, again, the good Vice Chair of Appropriations point that this doesn't necessarily outright mean the closure of a school, I would submit that it absolutely puts a higher chance that there's going to be the closure of a school. So again, I would urge extreme caution on this and a no vote, because we are really putting our rural students and our rural communities at risk with this division. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Swanitzer, I have both of the sponsors this amendment up at the same time, so I'll give you the choice. Who wants to go? Chairman Swanitzer.
I guess, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have some questions, because nowhere in my mind or my bringing of this do I want to close down small schools or hurt small schools. My understanding of education funding is it would be the exact inverse. Our small rural schools get the most money by far in the model because we're equalizing education for every student, no matter where they are in Wyoming. And so even in consolidating school districts, you actually have more incentive to keep your rural far out schools funded at a higher level, because the way our model works, it funds them so much higher. We would never close down a rural school the more consolidation we had, because that's where the funding is. So if I'm wrong about that, please let me know. And I know there's all sorts of intricacies, right, in the formula and how these things work. But I'll tell you, that has not been the case for 50 years, right? We have lots of school districts. I think I can name them. Natrona County is one unified school district. They have Midwest, they have Edgerton, Albany County, right? You have Laramie, you have Rock River, 35 miles one way, Jelm, 30 miles the other way. These kind of, I know they're fears. I shouldn't say they're completely unfounded, but I would just say we have not seen that at all since the Campbell decisions, that we lose funding by closing small schools and we consolidate. The fear is loss of control by your local board of trustees, who seem to think that they still control education in these block grants. And in some ways they do, but mostly the legislature since the Campbell decisions have taken over education funding. And so I guess just more conversation as this goes on. I'm certainly happy that maybe the second part of the amendment might pass the body. But I do think we do need the first part of the amendment to kind of, force a reorganization to people look at it. We can always come back in 2022 and scrap it if the plan is bad, but both parts of this amendment together really force us to look at it. And I know we've said we looked at recalibration, but I've looked at the last 3 recalibrations. I would not say they've spent considerable amount of time looking at this. Everyone keeps saying we're going to do it, we're going to look at it, we're going to share resources, and it hasn't happened. In at least a decade and a half that I've been here, there have been no considerable measurable attempts to make this happen and really look at efficiencies in K-12 education between our districts.
So members, I just want to clarify, there may be some confusion about what division we're on. So Division 1 is lines 30 through 39, policy-wise, 30 through 39. So this is the implementation language. Division 2 is subsection A above that. And actually, if either one of these pass, I'm going to make it a Division 3, which is going to be the tail end and the top of the paragraph, because that takes care of the other things. So if either one of these pass, we'll have a Division 3. So we're on Division 1, which is lines 30 through 39. Representative Duncan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think people seem to think the sky's falling. It's not. The whole thing is, I'm in Goshen County. I'm a single district. I have 5 schools in my district. My superintendent drives at the maximum. He drives 45 miles away to visit one of my schools. I have 3 high schools and I have several elementaries. We're not closing any schools when we went to one district. So we have one superintendent. The whole idea of this is that we are removing the top-heavy administration. We're combining services, as in your central office. We're cutting funds without cutting schools. That's the way I understand this amendment. So that's the way I'm understanding it. So I'm against the division, because I think if we are keep the theme going about local control, that means the locals can decide who gets to stay, who gets to leave, and the administration and the central services and the offices. So on and against the division.
Chairman Eklund, then Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, so I'm going to speak to the consolidation, and I made some remarks about local control, and I believe that the consolidation of districts has probably been one of the most damaging things to local control. So it started in the 70s, and it was forced by the legislature. Some districts ignored it, and they were the wise ones, as far as I'm concerned, and others didn't. And there have been school closures, and they were small schools. And a lot of it depended on the management, the makeup of the school board, what they were in there for. Believe me, if you've got a good school board, you want local control. If you don't, you really wish they didn't have any. But I won't get into that part of it. But these problems have come about recently since the Campbell. So the next thing that happened were we had lawsuits in which the the purse strings were handed over to the legislature to take care of. That took more control, local control away. So it's been given to us to take care of. That's a big deal in the scheme of things. And getting back to, I believe that the damage to some communities is irreparable. I can go to ball games not too far from here, and I can go and visit with all of the community in one community in this part of the gym, and they're all even sitting in different parts of the gym, and that's not very far away from here. And I think it's that way in other places as well. When we consolidated the districts, as they consolidate, you've got this school needs something, so if you're going to get that done for that school, they have to negotiate an agreement for something for another school. By the time you're done, I think it costs more. And I believe that's what happened initially in it, that in jeopardy are the smallest schools and the smaller districts. They are, whether it's a big school or a small school. And I believe that further consolidating the school, I guess I can't see that there'd be any advantage to it unless you had one single school district that ran the whole state, and that would be pretty scary.
Thank you, Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not opposed to seeing what a plan looks like for consolidating school districts. I mean, we can assert all we want that no school will be closed in consolidation, but if we just tell the Board of Education to make a plan and then implement it without us even seeing what the plan looks like, I don't think we truly actually know what consolidation looks like until we've actually seen a plan. So I'm very uncomfortable with Division 1 of just letting the state implement consolidation without us knowing what that consolidation looks like. So I would ask you all to vote no on Division 1, and I'd be more than happy to see what a consolidation plan looks like. So we know specifically, this body knows specifically what we would actually be doing, rather than just tell them to do something and assume all kinds of things of what consolidation would look like. So I do urge a no on Division 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Paxton, Division 1, then Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll skip over the part about local control, but it certainly is a factor. I've been through 2 consolidations, once as a student and once as a teacher. And the whole local control issue is an extremely important. There's a lot of cultural differences between a town that's dependent on coal 75 miles away from a town that's dependent on agriculture. I can tell you that for a fact. But even though we start out with, when we consolidate, we say we're not going to close schools, but eventually it leads to that. That's the very first step in the closure of schools. And I've been through it, and it happened in both cases, both when I was a student and as a teacher. I've seen that exactly happen. If you want to check out Carbon County School District number 2 and see what it was like in the 1970s and see which schools are still open now, it'll give you a tangible results of that you can actually hang your hat on. So to say that it doesn't necessarily mean the closure of schools may be true, but in most cases that I'm familiar with, it starts out not closing schools, but eventually they find out that the only real way you can cut a lot of costs is to close a school. And so it does happen. On and against the bill.
Thank you. On Division 1 of the amendment number 5, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and in favor of this division and the other one as well. And I would just point out the issue of our involvement is addressed elsewhere in this, to not wander off of Division 1, but there requires a report. I would submit to you from my viewpoint that what causes closure of schools, if I read the newspaper from the middle of the state, which has had a number of schools close over the last few years, what causes school closure, it seems to me, is being broke and loss of students. If people are leaving the state, and our education budget is broke, which I don't know when that would ever be, maybe now, then that is when you have to close the schools. And so I think the other thing that I just want to bring up that has not been mentioned as much, except by the original sponsor of the amendment, is, folks, I think that considering, and really, this is one of the most common points that I have brought up to me as we look at the education spending. And when we are going to go out across the state and ask to cut budgets and to raise taxes, I don't see how we can disregard the thought that the vast majority of people have in this state, which is we're spending more money on admin than we have to. How can we not address that? I think we really have to if we're going to make any progress in any other area of the school funding problem. So I'm in favor of this amendment, or of this division and the other division.
Thank you. Members, just to remind you, we are on third reading. And so let's pay attention to the debate. Pay attention to the debate. Representative Craigo on Division 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is really just a question for the bringer of the amendment. There's already a statute in place in the Green Books, and it's in 21-6207, and there's some other statutes around that that deal with reorganization of school districts. And so my question really for the bringer of the amendment is, how does Division 1 play into that? Because that particular statute provides the local school districts with the authority in combination with surrounding school districts to decide whether they want to reorganize, and it really puts the control at the local level. And the reason I'm asking this question is, are we putting ourselves into a litigation? Are we heading down the road towards litigation regarding whether or not who actually has the power to decide how that reorganization will happen? Thank you.
Thank you, members. So again, I'm going to ask, we're on third reading. So if you have conversations to partake in, off the floor is the appropriate place. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against Division 1. Folks, I think this is a bill that died 2 days ago in the Education Committee, and I appreciate the bringer of the amendments trying to get this horse back in the race, and I appreciate him doing that. But I think, first of all, we would never let the unelected state board decide this. And that's what Division 1 does. Read it. State board's going to do this. And I love the state board. They are a creation of the legislature back in the 1920s. But to say, hey, you guys, nor would they want this. Holy cow, sign up to be a volunteer on the state board and have this handed to you? Sorry, I'm out. I mean, no way. So no on Division 1, and maybe a little wink at Division 2, but I'm gonna vote no on both of them. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Hallinan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the bringer of this division if there is evidence that the educational outcome in these small districts that may be closed, is their outcome worse than in the combined districts? I'd like to know the answer to that question before answering whether I'd be in favor of this division. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Nyman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against Division 1, when we discussed this in the Education Committee, one of the things that I brought up was the fact that when I talk to my school districts, I mean, let me just be transparent. I've got a school district that is a county. It's been consolidated. But I've also got a school district that is not, and it's a small school district. It's less than 243 students. And the issue that they brought to me, and I believe is very real, is the fact that the autonomy lost in this for the small school districts is very real, and it's very real to the impact on the communities. When you're talking about consolidating, you're talking about making one school board out of multiple small school districts. And those small school districts don't have the ability to have the representation that the larger schools do, just based on sheer numbers. So when you're merging ranching communities or other types of communities with large towns, there's no question that the identity is lost. And then that identity is the community. So consider that when we're trying to save money. And I said this in the Education Committee, I'm all for saving money. As you guys get to know me, you're going to find that out. I want to be efficient. I want to be very, very frugal. I want to be smart about how we spend our money. But realize that when you're talking about redistricting, and you're talking about consolidation, you're talking about taking away the ability of small towns in Wyoming. I've got a small town up there, and you're going to get the opportunity to meet some of the young people from that small town, hopefully later on this afternoon. They're down here on a conference for the FCCLA. And so realize that this is not as simple as it sounds. The cost saving aspect of this, that's fine, I understand that. But there are real losses that come to communities when you start to merge small communities into large communities and they lose their voice. We're wanting to grow small communities. We want to keep them active. We're wanting to keep that voice, that autonomy, that ability to represent themselves, what they stand for and what that community represents. And redistricting takes that away. I've seen it. I lived in it. Thankfully, I was young enough that I didn't really have to go through the situation my parents did. But it's a very real trial and a very real problem. And you will, I hate to say this, and it's no threat, but I mean, the reality of it is small towns will dry up if this happens. I've got a small town that will not stand this. And I wish I could tell you that they have got the economic backing to support a loss or a declining ability to have that autonomy in their school facility. But they won't make it. So keep that in mind when you're doing this, on and against the bill, because we need to protect our small communities. They need that voice, and they lose that voice when they get thrown in the mix with somebody that's way bigger than they are. It's not always about what the opportunities they're going to get. You also got to think about what those communities are getting ready to lose. On against the amendment.
Thank you. Members, we remain on Division 1. Division 1, third reading amendment number 5. Representative Gray for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge an aye vote on Division 1, and I was on the bill. The original bill. Was bummed that it didn't come to the floor, but it was a good bill, good discussion we need to have, and I appreciate the bringer's work on this. We need to find efficiencies, and when they say it's $7 million in savings, a lot of those studies assume that the positions, not at the schools, but in the administrative positions, are eliminated through attrition, not immediately. Now, whether it happens immediately or through attrition, I think that's a decision that we can revisit in the budget session. This gets implemented after the budget session. The savings will be higher, though, if it's immediately. And if it's through attrition, then really there's no change. And in very little change, but there are some savings, facility uses, et cetera, et cetera. And that's where the 7 million is. If it's through attrition, it's somewhat low, but still something. If it's not, it's higher. But either way, if it's through attrition, you achieve those over time, which is a big deal. We should be efficient. We should be trying to save. I come from a county, Natrona County. We have one district, as talked about earlier, and it works. We have population centers that are medium size, small, relative to the ones in our state, big, obviously nationwide, pretty still small, but we have the whole gamut and it works. We're in a crisis, okay? And I want to talk a little bit earlier about the comments that everything's okay and everything's fine. This is a $500 to $700 million deficit. It's a crisis. And yes, we're getting this influx of federal funds, but it's a crisis. And I do not think we can just say 3 years from now, these revenues are going to be totally back. I think we need to approach this that maybe some of them come back, but we need to try to achieve some sort of target of savings, because frankly, the escalator is going to eat up most of what we do. That's what happened in 2017. I mean, I was just looking at the chart the other day. So let's vote this up. We the wording, maybe I would have changed the wording a little bit, but we can adjust it in the budget session. It's effective July 1st, 2022. I'm pretty sure they'll want to change statute anyway, but either way, there can be a bill to revise this. Let's vote this up and get this into the bill. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? First time going to second time. Second time before the divider. Second time, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of things, and it's tough with the division that I wanted to respond to. This is not the same bill that I brought to a certain committee. And actually, as many of you would realize, this amendment was brought to this bill 4 days ago before I even got a hearing scheduled on my bill. So this amendment actually, I think necessitated the need to hear my bill. But again, that bill was for 25 school district. This is for 39, and it's only, it's still 2 per county, right? A county can have 1 municipal district and 1 every small school in the whole county. So I'm really not trying to affect anything more than 5 counties: Uinta, Sheridan Park, Fremont, and Bighorn, right? Everybody else has 2 school districts. Although with the current language on just this division, that makes it a little bit murky, but it allows the State Board of Ed to make an order establishing reorganized school districts however they want if we were to pass this and not the other. But I would tell you, I guess, to answer the good representative from Johnson County, school districts have the power to do this. Why haven't they done it? Well, because we keep funding them. Quite honestly, we'll talk later this afternoon about recalibration. The model came back 4 years ago, said we could cut. We didn't cut. We said, hey, let's stay with what we got. So as long as we keep funding everybody and putting ourselves further in debt, there's no push to make this happen. And it is. I hate to call it a crisis, but it really is. And I think I tried as chairman of revenue for 2 years to try to find some money. Nothing could pass. I truly believe this is the easiest and friendliest way to save some money without impacting kids, without impacting teacher salaries. I'm not doing it because I'm mean or cruel or whatever the press has said about me. I really think we have more efficiencies. We have, 4 districts in 1 county with 2 high schools 9 miles from each other. When I'm up there, it's a great part of the state. People who teach in either one are driving back and forth between districts. We have 2 districts in the beautiful valley in Uinta County. They share a legislator. I don't think they're so darn different that they can't get along. And I know there are differences 50 years ago. A lot of those over time have moved on. And so again, I hope I answered all the questions. And after the Campbell 2 decisions, I would just reassert to you, we pay more money for smaller schools in rural areas than we do for big schools in areas like mine, right? And so why anyone would close a small school in a rural area when they're getting 3 or 4 times per student what the kids in my district are, I just don't fundamentally believe that's going to happen unless we get a Supreme Court change. So just to throw all those back in the mix.
Thank you very much. We're on second time. Division 1, second time, Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and against Division 1. And one of the reasons this, I think, is a bad idea is we have this bill, right? Let's go back to the base bill, which is to discuss really funding. And we have all these pieces and we have all these kind of coalitions developing around everything. And then we put this on there to boot, and it turns more folks against the bill. But in the end, but really what concerns me the most is there are cultural differences. We have consolidated down, and we still have these places that have cultural differences. And those small districts are around towns, and that it gives meaning to those towns. And you can say that it doesn't result in schools going away, but it has in the past every time this has happened. So I urge your no vote on Division 1.
Members, we're voting on Division 1 to third reading amendment number 5. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The division is not adopted. We're on Division 2, which is the remainder of the bill. Pardon me? You want a standing division on that vote? All those in favor, please rise. $30. 32. So the division is adopted. Division 1, or division, we're on Division 1 is adopted. Division 2. We're on Division 2. Does anybody want to speak on Division 2? Members, we're voting on Division 2, third reading of number 5. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. All right, divided again. Stand if you want Division 2. All right, the division is adopted. Third reading of number 5 is adopted in its entirety. Next amendment is number 6, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, third reading amendment number 6 to House Bill 173 is a beautiful amendment. It's a winning amendment. It's tremendous. I respectfully withdraw it.
Thank you. We have number 7, with 6 is withdrawn. We have third reading of number 7, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw amendment number 7, third reading.
Thank you. We're at third reading of number 8, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll continue on with third reading amendment number 8 and ask for your favorable consideration. What it does is it's the same amendment before, except it adds the term position eliminated. So it encompasses both involuntarily laid off as well as positions eliminated, and expands the window from January 1st through September 30th. Again, this is simply a report that would be produced. And I would also add, for people who may not be familiar, this doesn't go in the green books. This would go in the session law because it's a one-time report. So it's not something that people will be reading 30 years from now. It'll be in the session law. It's a one-time report. And again, the purpose of it is, at the end of all this, I hope that there are no layoffs. I hope that we can continue on and continue to build the school system and make it better. But if there are, especially in my school district, I'd like to know what's going on. So ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Anyone for their first time? First time? First time? Seeing none. Members, we're voting on third reading of number 8, House Bill 173 substitute. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment, third reading amendment number 9, Chairman Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 9 to House Bill 173 and would ask for your favorable consideration. So when I spoke at the mic last about this, let me refresh your memories. It was an amendment brought by a colleague that made quite a bit of sense. And what it does is it looked at the crew report, which showed what was actually happening in schools as opposed to what the way the model was designed to work. What they found out was a wide diversity among districts, and they shuffle money between all of these categories. So you might have administrative and teaching and supplies. What I learned from my own school district is there's never enough money for the supplies they need, curriculum and whatnot. Those are all shifted into the administrative budget. So I got most of the information from 2 districts. One is a mid-sized to small one, and it's one I live in. And then I also represent the much bigger one. Well, the bigger one, one of the reasons there are fewer teachers than we expect to see is the model pays for a $40,000 teacher when in fact they have to pay more than that to get the quality of teachers that they want. this is kind of a last nail in the coffin of local control. So the boards have the ability to shuffle these numbers around and use them as they want to. If we were to let this go as it is, the business managers, as they read it, it sounded as if they would lose the money in the block grant if they were using it differently than the block grant made them do it. So in one district, you probably are a little heavy on administration and should have more in teachers. The other district, I think you would have to fire teachers and hire administrators, which tells me that all of the districts are so different that we need to leave them alone to be able to manage their own districts somewhat. And my advice to the legislature is probably this is something we should, the amendment that was put before us, we should delete and leave the districts alone to manage their own money. There's a lot of, there's discrepancies on, well, I won't get into any more of it, but I do believe it's one of the few ways that they can manage money in an effective way and a local way. So I would appreciate an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. So members, we are on third reading amendment number 9. I know there's lots of movement on the floor. Let's try to be as least disruptive as possible and take it off the floor if you need to. Any other discussion on third reading amendment number 9? Third reading amendment number 9. So I've got about 4 members standing up there with someone at the podium that wants to speak. So either behind or before, behind the bar. Representative Hallinan, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill or this amendment would repeal the Clausen Amendment, which was I was a co-sponsor of earlier. I think that's a big mistake. I would compare this to a nice piece of ribeye steak with a lot of fat around the edge. And you cut the fat off and you're left with the meat. And the fat in this case is the amount of overspending over and above the amount that's in the model. And that's what this amendment does. It removes the fat and you're left with the meat. And this does not cut the amount that's in the model. It won't cost any school district any money during this year. But if they overspend, if they spend more than the model, the next year, that amount of money is deducted from the amount that they get in the school, from the school foundation program. So this idea is a very good one. It causes the school districts to be respectful of the dollars that they spend. And it also allows them the full amount of the model. And I can't think of a better way to deal with the amounts of problems that we have with our budget in terms of schools. The amount that's in there for the administration is probably about 50% over above the model. And that's also true of the activities level, because both of these are the categorical grants that will be affected by this amendment. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I urge that we reject this amendment, even though my good colleague, and I have a lot of respect for him, he thinks that it's a good idea to repeal the amendment, the Clausen Amendment. But I have to respectfully disagree based on the fact that this simply removes the fat. It doesn't remove the meat. And for that reason, I very strongly urge your rejection of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Heiner, first time amendment number 9.
Thank you, Mr.
On the
Speaker.
amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity of traveling home this past weekend, And on Saturday, I was able to meet with our party committee in one of the counties where I represent. And the main topic of discussion was the education bill. And as this was explained to them, it was clear and evident that this little amendment here was the most important point in the entire bill. Now, we've got some cuts in there that happen in 3 years that amount to about 1.4% in cuts. But the inflation factor at the same time is about 1.4. So basically with the cuts that are in there right now, it's just a plateau. We're not doing anything to the funding. Plus, we've got all this federal funding coming in the next few months. So our school districts will actually have more money in the next couple of years than they've ever had before. But as we look at the long-term problem of funding our schools, this little amendment that may seem pretty innocuous to many, it has the biggest possibility of changing the way we fund our schools. We're not taking any money away from them. What we're doing is we're separating the teachers from the central office, and we're protecting the teachers. We're separating their funding so it can't be utilized to supplement other programs. After our meeting with the county party, I had a number of teachers come to me and members of the school board. And as they understood better what was in this bill, they were all very supportive of this amendment. They feel it needs to be segregated. It does not reduce funding, but it helps them to have a little bit of control over where those funds are spent. And so that the funds that we allocate towards the teacher and towards the classroom stays with the classroom and with our students. Esteemed members of the chamber, I urge you to reject this amendment and keep that little piece in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Gray, first time.
Thank you.
Third reading amendment number 9 on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Won't reiterate the comments there that were just brilliant, that this is a key amendment. The escalator will eat up most of the reductions here. It'll be like decreasing the increase, like on a federal government bill that we've seen, the omnibus bill 2010 or whatever. You give some examples, sequestration. There's a decrease to the increase, but this amendment is key. The block grant is failing. Block grants can be okay, but when you have so many components, hundreds of components in this, where they can do whatever they want and use one to pay for the other, it creates tremendous problems. It's one of the reasons why education has become a huge quandary. Please vote no on this amendment. Keep the amendment, from our friend from our colleague from the center of the state on second reading. So vote no on this and keep the original policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member for their first time? Members for their first time on number 9? Any other member for their first time to second time? Second time? Before the sponsor, Chairman Eklund.
I'll try to be brief. I'm going to emphasize what was said just a minute ago. There are hundreds of components to this model. And when they make these adjustments to the model, and they do this periodically, it may take weeks, the people that do it. And they have to do it to try to keep the funding equitable. Because there's a wide difference between a small district and a large district. And the state is doing its best to have a fair model. We did in a few minutes basically change the whole model. I was led to believe that the block grant would remain the same. And I'm almost certain, after visiting with the business managers, that if they couldn't keep their money within these little portions of the model, they would lose that money. And so I'm opposed to this. let's let them have some, let the districts have local control, at least some, and give them the flexibility to manage the districts. The model won't work for everybody. But if they're able to shift funds around as they need to, a small district can manage it, their district as well as a large one. I would urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 9, House Bill 173. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. So let's just be clear, just because one voice wants to be loud does not change the vote. So we'll do a standing vote. All those in favor, please rise. In favor of third reading amendment number 9. All those opposed to the amendment. Opposed to the amendment. So the amendment is adopted 29-26. This amendment, third reading amendment number 10. Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this was a technical correction amendment. And since we're going to cover it in third reading amendment number 19, I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 10.
Thank you. Number 10 is withdrawn. The next amendment for your consideration is third reading amendment number 11. Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think ultimately, I don't think this is the best way to put exemption repeal. So I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 11.
Thank you, Representative. Third reading number 11 is withdrawn. Next one is 12. Representative Newsom. Representative Newsom.
Although this is a fabulous amendment, I respectfully withdraw it.
Thank you. Third reading number 12 is withdrawn. Next amendment is third reading number 13. Chairman Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker,
please proceed.
I respectfully withdraw amendment number 13 on third reading of House Bill 173.
Oh, yeah, my apologies. It was Stith. I read the bottom line, not this first line. So my apologies. Representative Stith withdrawing third reading number 13. Third reading number 14. This is actually going to be, that's to delete the enacting clause? No. Representative Chairman Zwanitzer.
Mr. Speaker, it is a delete the enacting clause, so if it's okay, can I move it later to the list?
All right, well, okay, thank you. We'll move that to the end of the order. Next one is third reading amendment number 15. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll withdraw amendment number 15.
Number 15 is withdrawn. Number 16, Representative Conley. Representative Conley, please proceed. You are muted, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amendment that would extend education to 4-year-olds, but I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Minority Floater. Number 3016 is withdrawn. Next one for your consideration is third reading number 17, Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 17 to House Bill 173.
Thank you. Next amendment for your consideration is third reading amendment number 18. Representative Gray.
Point of clarification.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment assumes that the data center exemption would have been brought back in the bill. And with all these withdrawals, I thought that amendment was going to be moved. So I don't know if the amendment works right now. I mean, I can redraft it, but maybe move it after yours. I assumed we were going to have that discussion, so.
It's a dangerous thing to assume anything in the Wyoming House of Representatives, so I don't know what to tell you, Representative
Yeah,
Gray. You can withdraw or you can proceed.
Well, I'll proceed. I don't think the amendment works anymore, but we can have the discussion. I mean, or I can redraft it. I've been told the amendment doesn't work if the data center exemption is still in the bill because of the way the distribution is done. And so that's what I was told.
And Representative Gray, I'm not going to make a determination whether it works or not. It's a motion for you to bring to the floor and make your case on your motion. If you
Okay.
don't think it works, then you withdraw it and we move on.
I move third reading amendment number 19 to, it's number 19, correct?
18.
I move third reading amendment number. Mr. Speaker, we got time with the next amendment. I'm going to redraft it. So I respectfully withdraw third reading amendment number 18 and we'll redraft it.
So members, Chief Clerk, just stand at ease for just a second. So members, in conferring with the chief clerk, we've got at least two amendments still being worked on. You just heard one of them being announced at the microphone by a testifier. So we're going to stand at ease and the House Republicans will caucus in the Supreme Court room for just a few moments. If we'll, do you want a privilege? Yeah, so members, let's bring our attention back to the floor. Before we stand at ease, Representative Nyman, you'd like a privilege of the floor? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize some people that were just come into the House here and have been watching the proceedings. To the south side of the building, if you look up there, it says right up there you have Oh, let's see, I got to get to it here. Excuse me. I know who the girls are, but I don't want to mess this up. This is a group of student officers from the Wyoming FCCLA, which used to be called the FHA, for all of you guys that need to know the Future Homemakers for America, and prepares students for the real life through family consumer science education. We have here with us the Vice President of Membership, Julie Bishop from Upton, Wyoming. And here are two, go ahead, you clap for them. There are also two of the four district officers, Aiden, excuse me, Aiden, I'm so sorry. Your dad's going to get rough with me now. Aiden Coberly and Leah Keever from Upton. And also we have our National Vice President of Development, Faith Honey Anderson from Devils Tower, Wyoming. So thank you, ladies, and thank you very much, members.
Thank you, Representative Nyman. So members, we're going to stand at ease, and for members of the public, we intend to be back at 4:15. 4:15. Republicans,
Representative Connolly, this is Clarissa Nord with LSO. We just wanted to check and see if your connection was okay with your phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, Representative Connolly.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You sound good.
Okay. I am in a vet's office. I have an emergency with my dog, so I'm sorry for all of this.
Oh, no worries at all.
That's going out live.
Pardon?
That goes out live.
The House will please come to order. We're going to give just a moment for our screensaver to come down. Representative Conley to come up. Chairman McGuire.
Thank you. Currently, we're on third reading amendment number 19 to House Bill number 173. Okay. Members, if we could please come to order. Members, it appears that I was a little bit early, so we'll stand at ease until you hear the sound of the gavel. Or do you have is the amendment prepared? Right. All right, sound of the gavel. Members, we are moving forward with amendment number 19 to House Bill number 173. Speaker Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So members, Mr. Chairman, I move third reading amendment number 19 to House Bill 173. And I'll ask for your favorable consideration. So members, I know it's difficult. We took a little break, had some discussions. Now we're back. We're back on a bill we've been working on for several days. We've laid it back several times. I want to give you and I want the public to hear my interest in this bill. First, I wholeheartedly believe we need a public education system that is equitable and adequate. We also need one that's defensible. Should someone decide to say, well, you're not fulfilling your constitutional obligation to the students, to the citizens and the students in Wyoming. So I bring you this amendment that I've moved. And while it's a lot of pages, I want to be clear with you. Pages 1, I had a color copy the last time, Mr. Chairman, so I apologize. Pages 1 through essentially page 21 is the legislative model of how we fund education currently. This is the legislative model. So this is how we address education right now. There are no changes in this. This is current law. Now, what's different about this is current law is found in session law. It's found in appendices. It's scattered in different places. It's not in codified statute. And that's one of the reasons why both the bills that we've seen before have brought this in. So this maintains one of the principal things that we want to accomplish with our education recalibration is bring the entire model into codified law. So everybody understands there's no hidden formula somewhere in some back room. Everybody can look right at this and know how we calculate teachers and principals and everything. So that's the first part of this bill. And why is that important? Because as you know, recalibration, and I am on the amendment, I hope you'll recognize that, but if somebody wants to call a point of order, that's fine too. In recalibration, we had a suggestion, a different suggestion called an evidence-based model. And that was another 20-some page, a different 20-some pages. Well, the decision was made as the recalibration committee and then subsequently as it's worked through the process in the 66th Wyoming legislature was to go with the legislative model. Because funding-wise, they were very close. But certainly the evidence-based model had some different priorities, how they allocated resources. Well, guess what? In Wyoming, we kind of do things Wyoming way, right? We get used to a certain way of doing things. We give a lot of autonomy, independence to our school boards and the way they run their schools. So we kind of said, we understand where we are. They understand where we are. So let's stick with that model. The funding isn't that much different. It's the allocation. And guess what? With our block grant system, they're going to allocate the way they see best. And so they can adopt the entire evidence-based model conceptually, and we can still fund them through the legislative model. So that's the first part of the bill. That is important. And then we get into some details. And I'm gonna turn much of this discussion on the details over to my colleague from the western side of the state. But basically, we end up with several things. We end up with a diversion of money that goes toward the school foundation program. And we'll get into the percentages, or the dollars if you'd like to, that goes to the school foundation program instead of the LISRA. Remember, we've talked about our structural deficit in education, so let's put it where we need it. Put some revenue where we need it to, flow it there. And then there's still revenue in the backstop. The current backstop in current law is the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. So we're going to keep ourselves away from the backstop longer. longer. The second thing, so that's it. The second or the third thing, I guess, besides codifying the current statute is it accounts for the federal dollars that are flowing to us. And the way this amendment, and there's obviously a very good amendment from a member just over the hill from the University City that was trying to accommodate that same thing. This one is structured a little differently in how it actually works. But we're going to try to capture the value and save 80% of those federal dollars. That's 243 million. If we can recognize and fully get it. Now I understand there's reservations about strings and things, but we're doing our best to account for all the funds that we can out of this. Well, 80%. We're going to give them some latitude. We're going to give them some latitude with that 20% because they have real other things they may need to do. An additional thing that we do, and I don't know how many fingers the good chairman of revenue would have up right now, but a polydactyly cat, if I had a polydactyly cat, I'd probably have 6 thumbs on this hand, 6 fingers, is we're going to give them ability to raise their revenue or raise their savings cap up to 30%. That gives them more latitude to plan out there further, and save dollars so they can make up for some of the cuts. The final thing is, so remember, we give them more opportunities, more latitude. The model is in, get the value, get the value of the federal dollars. And the final thing is, how are we cutting? And in this cutting, and this is where the defensibility is, from my perspective. The defensibility of this is we're taking the funds that have been dedicated, they've been receiving toward health insurance for employees that don't exist. And we're going to get that value 1/3 next year, 2/3 the following year, and then from there on, we get it all. So in the next 30 years, we're going to realize $80 million worth of real savings, net real savings, my view, above the escalators, above the ECA, et cetera, above that. So total all in, about $320 million between the federal 240 and the net, if you will, reduction in the model, to the model from that insurance component. So that is what the amendment does. And there's a 75% ADM, which actually has no monetary thing. It's more about, seniors in high school that are trying to do internships and things like that. It's not a funding level issue, or that's my best understanding of it. So that is, to go back to it, what I hope this does is gives us continues to deliver an adequate and equitable education in a funding format that is defensible, that gets savings. We trickle the savings in, we roll them in till we get to that 80 million total in 3 years. And then from then on, we're getting about 69 million, I think, per year. That actually grows because of the escalator component. Cost of healthcare actually grows faster than any of the external cost adjustments, probably twice as high as any of those. So we're actually going to gain more savings. Now, there's no question, next year, this body, following year, a different body, come back, and the entire model is available to you to continue to adjust. As you learn more and as we understand what happened to our districts and how it affects different districts. As we know, as we went through committee of the whole and second reading, you tweak this, it changes districts in different ways. It's probably, and I just want to be clear, not every district gets federal dollars out of this ARP deal. I hope we recognize that. Not every district gets federal dollars because the formula that's sent out on. They're not equal. They're not trying to deliver an adequate and equitable education. They're sending out dollars on their formula. And that's not how we're obligated to fund education. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to stand for any high-level questions, but really the details, there's other folks that have spent a lot of time on education, both the committee and the recalibration, who can speak to some of those things. But I would ask for your at least favorable consideration and favorable vote on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Discussion on the amendment. Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Phew. You've been so patient with me. I thank you very much for all the time you've given to me discussing this topic. I feel like I have a little bit of a challenge this afternoon. We've had a lot of amendments. We've debated this for many days in a row, and now here we walk in with a 25-page amendment. I want to just give you some general comments before we proceed, and I'm going to walk you through this amendment. We've worked very hard day and night for several days to bring it to you, and you haven't had a lot of time to review it. So we're going to make sure you have time to review it and make sure you understand what's inside the amendment today. We've compared this situation to a stool, and I think it's very applicable. Let me explain why. So what do we need a stool for? And the answer is we've run up against a situation where we have a $300 million shortfall in education. So what are we going to stand on and buoy it up with? So we're building a stool so this $300 million shortfall will go away. We want to be able to control that once and for all and move past it. So the Education Committee came out with a three-legged stool, remember? Cuts to education, the reserve account shifting, and then a new revenue source. That was a three-legged stool. And then we took it from there and discussed a lot of options, a lot of opinions on how to make it better. So we shuffled through that, and it was really good dialogue. I appreciate your input. And when we got all done, we looked around and had a good solid look at where everyone was going to vote. And we really, frankly, overanalyzed it to the point that we alienated too many members of our body. So it was going to be a difficult sell, even though so many of the components were what we wanted for so many people, it just wasn't there. So that's when we had to regroup, and we've got back together. And frankly, when we deal with complicated endeavors, that time was not wasted. It really is an evolution. These kind of complicated situations, I think we've come to a good place. I think you're going to like this amendment, where this bill is going to take us. So let me talk to you a little bit more about that. So last Thursday, we discovered that the federal government, through the American Rescue Plan Act, is going to distribute $303 million to the districts. $303 million, that's the number we've been given. And through discussions and input, where we were headed with House Bill 173 is that we were going to end up killing it, and there would be no result happen as a result of our work. And then the districts were going to receive another $300,000 additional funds to them. And we, as a legislature in the state, were going to be dealing with a $300,000 debit that was going to be against our savings account. And so that just doesn't work for anyone, I don't believe. And that's why we're here today. So with the comments that we've had, we've now restored. So this is what we've done with the amendment. I'm going to give you an overview, and then we'll get right into the bill and show you where it all comes together. So we now have a four-legged stool. I like four-legged stools. Let's talk about the diversion. Remember, the original bill had that diversion from the LSRA, and we defeated that. We knocked a leg out. So what we've done is we brought that back at half, one half of what it was. We hope that that's a good compromise for you. So we have a diversion that's half as much as what it was before. The sales and use tax, it was originally set up for 1 cent that would come into play when the time arrived. We're compromising. We've pulled that back to 1/2 cent. So it's a 1/2 cent tax that may or may not come into play depending on where our state finances go. The third leg is the cuts. We've reduced and phased in different style of cuts than what we were looking at. And I'll get more into that in a minute. The fourth leg is that stimulus money. this is important to us because it helps stop the bleeding in our savings account if we're able to retain that money and keep it back. So in a nutshell, that's where we're at. This amendment includes those 4 legs. So let's proceed. I'd like you to have your amendment in front of you and your bill also, please. Okay, you'll notice right off the bat, we're deleting a lot of the work we did last week. We're deleting my work. Notice Simpson's right in the middle there. We're backing it out, so we're taking a fresh approach. Okay, now from the bill, I'm on page 1 on line 14 of the amendment. Page 1, line 14. So on the original bill, we're taking out all the stuff that the education committee did and all the stuff that we did. We're backing back into just the very, very basic block grant component models. So, and that's all we need to know about that. So then put your finger all the way through to page 22. So you're going to hold page 2 to page 21, and that's the original bill. We just took out everything that we discussed. We're right back to the bare bones, and that just lays out the block grant model component. That is very important to us, that is codified in statute. See, we can go into that line item by line item, but you have already looked at it many, many times. You're welcome to compare it. So I'm going to jump you forward to page 22, please. Okay, we're going to start on line 9, page 22. This has to do with the LISRA and the diversion. So originally, it came out of the committee saying we're going to divert 100% of this LISRA money into the SFP. And we defeated that. We chopped that leg out. And so now we're putting that leg back in at half the amount it was proposed to begin with. We need the diversion source for a 4th leg. You see, as we keep all 4 legs intact, the legs can be much smaller and they're going to be able to not have as much of an impact. Okay, lines 21 through 28 that we're deleting, those were all different types of cuts, and we're just simply using a different style of cuts that I'll describe to you here in a minute. I'm now down on to line 29 on page 22. The House's position has always been from the very beginning to pay for only the school district employees' health insurance premiums that are actually enrolled in the program. That's something that seems like everyone's agreed to. We simply have been overpaying in that regard. And so that is the primary cut. That's the one we're focusing on. So we're getting rid of all the other ideas of adjusting and balancing. We'll leave that for another day. We're just going right back to the one. Now, the rest of that page, we realize that's a significant hit to our districts. And so the rest of that page talks about phasing that in. So the first year, we're going to have a 33% deduct from them. Before we go on, I wanted to give you a couple statistics. So this health insurance rework results in 59.7 annual cut that grows to 66.9 million on the 3rd year. Let me say that again. So that is the cut that this amendment gives to the school districts. It's a 59.7 million annual cut that grows and ends up being 66.9 million on the 3rd year when it's fully implemented. So the first year, we're only going to cut them 1/3 of this amount. The second year, we're gonna up it to 66%. And the third year, it'll be the full amount of the cut. I'm on page 23. So the first half of page 23 is the actual discussion about the 33%. The second half of 23 is about the 66%. So on the bottom of page 23, line 46 and 47, now we shift to a different topic, the reserves. Currently, a school district is able to retain in their savings account up to 15% of their operating costs for the year, the block grant. This last year has been such an anomaly, and as we go into the challenges with the new monies coming in and the whole picture, it's necessary for us to give them a little bit more leeway. So this amendment proposes that we give to them 30% retainage for up to 5 years. We're just giving them a little bit of slack to work during the time that we're trimming their budgets. Okay, so if you go on to page 24, the reserve then stops at line 17. Okay, now we're on line 18 through 34. That pertains to the sales and use tax. We're keeping it the same, only, again, as a compromise, we're bringing it back halfway. So others will talk about when that can be implemented and how that's going to come into play, but be aware that we're just proposing a 1/2 cent sales and use tax. Okay, lines 36 through 38 on page 24. Originally, as the bill came out of the committee, we gave a phase-in plan because there was anticipated to be a lot more cuts. And so we're eliminating that. That's what that deleting, we're deleting the phase-in plan. So the only phase-in about the whole plan is simply the cut that we're going to do to health insurance. We are going to phase that in. We don't need language anymore. Okay, the last leg on the stool is on page 24, lines 40. And it carries all the way down through the next page. Down through line 31 of page 25. Hopefully you're staying with me. Okay, so let's talk about this American Rescue Plan Act and just what we're proposing there. So of the $303 million that the districts are going to get, now the rules have not been promulgated yet from the federal government. So we don't know what that's going to look like. Our communications with our contacts in Washington, D.C. are indicating that there's going to be a lot less strings attached to this particular allocation than the last one. So we're working with that at this point in time. And so if the district gets $100 from the federal government, we're proposing that they keep $20 of that, and the $80 on the back side, they'll still use it all, but we are going to withhold the $80 and use it to help maintain our savings account, because we are funding the full $300 million of cuts over here on this one side. And so we're going to keep that money back. It's been discussed with you before. That's the concept. We don't know what that's going to be, but 80% of $303 million is what we hope to be able to retain in our savings account to buoy us up to continue to deal with this shortfall going forward. The rest of the items on page 25 are just effective dates. I think I've covered everything that is critical. It's just not conforming. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you for your patience on the floor. I hope that helped you work your way through the bill. We stand for questions you might have.
Thank you, Representative Simpson. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members on in support of this amendment number 19, there's a lot not to like in this amendment, okay? I mean, you can pick all sorts of things that you might not like. However, it's the only vehicle we've got to save the school foundation program potentially $240 million. And so that's worth doing, all right? This restores I find it spooky that this amendment restores the assistant ghost principals. Find that a little weird, right? And the fact that we're phasing in the ghost health insurance reductions over a couple of years, why would you need to, you don't really need to, phasing it in is kind of odd because they're going to get $300 million straight from the federal government. So they don't really need anything to cushion. If that doesn't cushion the pain, I don't know what would, right? So the amendment's not perfect, right? But this is the only vehicle. So please vote aye.
Thank you, Representative Stith. Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think all of us have had the chance of watching Congress in action. We've seen it on TV, we've seen it in the news. We've seen some of these major bills that have come across Congress in Washington, D.C., that they roll in on a hand cart and then ask everybody to vote on it. And we think that's ridiculous, that they don't have a chance to read the amendments, they don't get a chance to read the bills, and they're asked to vote on it. They tell them, pass the bill, and then we'll find out what's in it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's happening in Wyoming today. It's not so far-fetched. We're being asked to do that very thing. We've been handed 25-page amendment literally hours ago and asked to vote on this amendment, approve it, and then we can read it later and find out what's in it. We've talked a lot about ghost employees, about employees that we're paying for and have been paying for a long time, that in this amendment, they're going to stay in it. We're going to continue spending almost $19 million for 276 employees that don't even exist. We found out that we're paying double for nurses in two separate areas of our funding model. That's going to continue. Now, are we going to go home and tell our constituents that we did a good job? Or are we going to pat ourselves on the back and say, yeah, we rose to the occasion. We went to Cheyenne and we fixed this problem? I don't think so. I'm on and against this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Heiner. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to push back. And I want to push back gently, but I also want to push back with a little bit of force. Because I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that there was any ill intent that was brought forward with this amendment. 22, 23 pages of this amendment are literally codifying what is in. You will receive this if you're a freshman and you've never done this before. You get these green books at the end of a session. That's our codified law. And then about 2 weeks later, you'll get another box, and it's usually one, maybe it's two little white books. And these white books are session law. And session law still has the enforcement of law, but it's just not codified law. And what's happened is since 2005, our education policy has been in every single white book. And it keeps getting reintroduced and reintroduced and reintroduced and reintroduced. All that the first 22 pages of this amendment are doing It's saying, we're tired of going inside these white session laws and recalling, was it year 2005? Or is it 2007? Or is it 2019 that we amended this and that? And it's putting it into the green books. So everybody can reference it and know exactly when it was amended. It's much easier to do it that way. Frankly, I'm frustrated that it's taken us this long to do it. So I appreciate that tremendously. Because sitting on education as long as I have, you start learning that session laws really make an impact, and you have to figure out when that session law was amended. So I really, really want to make sure that everybody understands that this was not brought to us in the 11th hour to just sit there and, well, now you can pass it and then you'll find out what's in it. If I'm not mistaken, I think we just had about a 10-minute, maybe 15-minute explanation about what's in it. There's not a Trojan horse in here. There's not. Now, you can be against the amendment, but I really, this amendment and this institution is much bigger than all of us. And I respectfully ask that you give this amendment its due diligence and recognize that nobody's trying to pull a fast one. Nobody's wheeling this in on the carts. It's been up on the internet for a while now. Just because you may not be able to read everything into it and see exactly how it goes into it doesn't mean there was ill intent behind it. And to notion that in any way, shape, or form is completely contrary to what I think actually was trying to happen. So please give it its due diligence. Vote it up or vote it down, however you feel. But don't for a second believe that this was done with ill intent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Brown. Chairwoman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in favor of this amendment, and I think it's in many ways refreshingly simple. And I love that. If my constituents say, how did you do? I can say, we did 4 things. We're diverting half to LISRA. We're using federal stimulus money and putting it in school district reserves up to 30%. We're cutting the health insurance for shadow employees, which actually at a biennial rate, I believe that will going forward be 134 million a biennium, and a 0.5-cent sales tax. I can put it on a 3x5 file card. I mean, if you consider, I actually just added up now, all the days that we've considered this bill, this is the 33rd amendment we voted on. I defy you to tell me what was actually in the bill when, I mean, really? Before we went for our break, I have no idea what all the components are. I think I'm thrilled to have this. Okay, it's not perfect. You know, perfection is not achievable on earth. And we've got several more, we got years ahead of us to tidy up around the eds and take out some more. I mean, I agree that, you know, to have some of the other shadow components taken out and this and that will be good. I think those are cleanup operations that should continue to be going forward, especially as, you know, the federal money dials down. This is obviously several more years worth of work, but I think this is fabulous because we can explain it to our constituents. And I think that's really important. On and in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Wilson. Minority Floor Leader Conley, I want to make sure I haven't missed you. So I don't see a high sign. So anyone else for their first time? First time? Representative Gray for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to work off the one sheet a little bit. I got a couple questions. So off the one sheet on this amendment, one of the key things on the first 23 pages, I want to make sure there's no nothing here that's a big policy change. Okay. And so I understand the concept of putting this into statute. And I think I understand that protects us a little bit, but one of the things on the one sheet, it says that it modifies the ADM calculation so that 75% time equals a full-time ADM. So what's the consequence of that? Because I need to understand that. And that is in the first 23 pages, and I need to understand what the consequence of that is. The other thing I wanted to clarify, and I had a good conversation with the representative from House District 48, on the first 14 lines, just for clarity, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but I want to announce this on the floor. My understanding of this, you got 3 amendments that were not withdrawn or failed. That's the first Larson amendment on second reading. Excuse me, that's the first amendment from the member from District 54 on the second line, the only one fully on the second line, which is the diversion amendment. Then the amendment from the member from District 21, that is the only amendment fully on line 3, which was the reduction amendment that was divided. And then the last one that is relevant is the one on line 4, the member from House District 48, only one on fully on line 4. That is the exemption, the data center exemption amendment. Those are the 3 deletions, I believe, that were either not withdrawn or passed. And please correct me or failed. Please correct me if I'm wrong. This is for clarity. One other question I have is, after this amendment, there is no tax changes, exemption, or increase other than the 0.5%, which we're going to debate 2 from now. And I want that clarified and said on the floor. That's the way I'm reading it. And I just want to be 100% clear. We're going to debate the 0.5%, but post amendment, there is no exemption discussion, no increase other than the 0.5%, which we're going to have another amendment on in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment, members, again, it's pretty simple, and I think our new representative from Kimmer, I think, just to address that ghost issue you talked about. And I think if you look in the model, it's still the starting teacher salary is $38,000. And in your hometown, I think, are you Kimmer, that starting salary in Lincoln is $50,000 for a brand new teacher. And so what we have done in our legislative work over the last 10 years is watch that erode over time. We used to have a legislative model that was 100 million more than the evidence-based model. Now we're 20 million under. But school districts, why are they paying 50 grand in your hometown? Got to get somebody to come there and work. My town is 44,000, 6,000 less beginning teacher salary than yours. And so that's part of the story. That's why you have these elected school boards to do this work. So I think the ghost piece, we're going to have to deal with that. But I think, we did recalibration in 2017. They said to do that was going to cost us 60 million. So we've been struggling with this. How do we do that? And so school districts, you can see 10 years ago, it's like 95% congruent with the model. And now we're down to about 88%. I mean, the money's going to people, but there's fewer people, and they've done that because they have to attract folks. It's the bottom line. And you look, across the border in Utah, that large school district has more kids than our whole state. They're right at 50,000. They're paying good starting salaries. So I think that's part of that story. I think you got to talk about. So I think, and I know sometimes we get up here, but I get it. But most of this bill is the model. You can actually see it now. It used to be just a spreadsheet on the website, Appendix A. So we put this in the model and you can see it. I hope it's for good. I hope it's not for people piddling on the model, messing with it, tinkering with it, because it all goes together. And I think we found out when you start twisting dials, like, hey, I'll take nurses away, or I'll take instructional facilitators or summer school, it affects everybody a little differently. That's why your recalibration committee came back with a percentage cut, because it affects everybody differently. And after a while, we went with equity and looked at cutting everybody the same. So now, what have districts done? Everybody talks about escalators. I heard escalator talk on this. The biggest escalator is number of customers. I tell you, my town, we're down 400 students. It's going to be a cut of millions. So the model, everybody talks escalators, but the only escalator actually in Wyoming is at a bank in Casper. It's the only one in the whole state. Guess what? That baby goes up, but it also comes down. There's escalators in the model on the number of customers. That's what drives this thing and the type of customers. Now, as far as these, was stated, these districts are gonna get all this money. There's some districts not getting a dime of federal money. You gotta have Title I kids. Sheridan County's not getting a lot of federal money, not a lot of Title I kids. And so it's not a simple thing to say something simple and make it apply to everybody. And so that's why you study and work at it. It's not about beating up our institution. The bill's got the model in it. And then all of the bill, basically, it's got these 4 stools he talked about. We put the LSRA diversion back in there. Half of the LSRA refuel now will go to education in this. So it says 25%. I don't understand that. Well, look at the other 25% is the LSRA refill. So it's half of the 5% spending policy. But it's 50% of the LSRA refill. The other part is a diversion of the severance tax in there. And then it gets into the last part of the bill, really, talks about the cuts to healthcare. Districts have used that because it's the only thing goes up with inflation, because it's tied to our state healthcare system. Just like our general fund employees, school district employees are tied to our Wyoming healthcare system. And that's gotten more expensive. It's one of the biggest drivers in the model. Districts have used that ghost money to pay $50,000 in your town to get a new first grade teacher. So we're going to take that big escalator away. And we're going to do it in the next 3 years, a third, a third, a third. And that baby keeps going up. Cost of healthcare keeps going up. And districts will have to decide how they're going to do that. They're going to change behavior, however it works. But we got to give them a little time to do that. And so this, I think the speaker talked about 325 million net over 3 years. This is the biggest reduction proposal anybody has in any end of the building. So on and for the amendment. It's not perfect, but it's Abe Lincoln time. You don't measure whether it's perfect. Eh? It's probably got a little evil in there, according to some of you. But does it have more good than evil? Sure it does. I'm going to vote for that half penny too. Holy cow. I got a stack a foot tall of people sending me penny for education cards. You kidding me? The lowest sales tax state in the United States, and we can't say a penny for education maybe 5 years from now? So we can get rid of this paper deficit and all this fear talk because we're in a crisis. Keep hearing it on this floor. Well, we're here to solve problems. It's what you raise your right hand for. Unless you sign some contract. I didn't do that. I raised my right hand for the Constitution. Doggone it. This place will outlive all of us. It's a great institution. The last citizen legislature left. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Hirschman. There are 2 escalators at Casper. One works all the time and one works when it feels like it, so we call it the stairs. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Honored in favor of the amendment. So there was some questions about the 75%, 80% ADM. That was in the bill before. But when this amendment came in, they really scrubbed the bill, started from scratch, and they're just putting that back in. And the 70 to 80% ADM thing is simply a provision. It's 80% now, but we want to go to 75% for full ADM. And it just gives kids the opportunity to do more work after school and still be a full ADM. As far as we know, there's no fiscal impact to that. Oh, sorry, I'm getting notes along the way here. And so reasons I really like this amendment is we bring in the federal dollars in the right way. And 2, we have diversions of existing revenues. And 3, we have a 0.5-cent sales tax. And then we have some reductions. And you look at the reductions out there ways, they're 50, 60 million and then growing. and you look at a 0.5 cent sales tax, it's about 80 million. You look at the diversions, it's about 70 million. And so what you're seeing is that we're kind of using a multi-pronged approach to solve this problem. And it really, by utilizing the reimbursable health insurance, by going a third, 2/3, and then fully bringing in reimbursable, that is the most constitutional cut we can do. And I think it's entirely defensible, even by our consultants said that. So I would urge you to, and remember, the 0.5 cent doesn't kick in till you're at 650, until the LISRA drops to 650. If our LISRA grows back up, remember, we got a trip on the other side if it gets too big. So I'd encourage you to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader Summers. Any other members for their first time? Minority Floor Leader Conley? Any other members? Any members for their second time? For their second time? Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, a couple answers that I have available for you from the questions that were asked. The nurses were mentioned. Remember, we had quite a debate on them being double counted, and that is cleaned up. Nurses are just counted. We love nurses. They're fully funded. Everything's fine with that. I apologize to you that I brought this amendment to you late. You need to know that this good speaker and I have worked through this for days and days, and we work and we talk and we share. We have the staff write things up and then we share some more. We were here late last night, again, early this morning. Our staff, this was a lot of work and they just continue to plunk away. We love our staff. They've done a great job for us. And it just came to you an hour ago and I apologize for that. I think it's important to note that when this is the third reading, it's going to go from here over to the Senate. Who knows what they're going to do with it? So this isn't quite final at all because they are undoubtedly going to have differences of opinion and it'll end up in a conference committee. But I think that we can be proud of our efforts, that we've sent a four-legged stool over to the Senate. They can do whatever they want to with it. And that's just the way the processes work. But I'm confident that this is a good amendment and I encourage you to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Simpson. Anyone for their second time? Second time. Back to the sponsor of the bill, Speaker Barlow. Second time, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologize if this was said. I would like it said at the mic by the bringer and confirmed for clarification. After this amendment, if supposing it passes, all the exemption stuff is removed. All that is in there is 0.5%, which we're going to have a discussion on in a moment, removing entirely. And I would like that just said. If it was, I apologize for missing. Thank you.
To the sponsor of the amendment, Speaker Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate all the good discussion and good debate. And so I want to address the last query that was made earlier and again reiterated. It is certainly my intent, and I've been through this amendment, as you heard several times. We've had several iterations trying to get it, so it makes everything work. Round pegs, round holes, square pegs, square holes, etc. Those amendments, the amendment 2001, 2003, 2006, Division 1 are all removed. All removed. The entire model, i.e. the model, legislative model, there is no alterations in that. There is nothing slipped in that. If there is, that's flat on me because I've been through it and been through it. I think it is exactly how I'm representing to you. The one difference is the 75 versus 80%. And I'm assured, and we can continue to work on that if this bill progresses, to ensure that it's a fiscal is a fiscal wash. There is no fiscal impact to the model with that. And yes, the sales tax that is proposed in the bill, the substitute bill, is dropped in half by this amendment. It goes from 1% to 0.5%. Now, I was asked if they divided the amendment and took the sales tax out of here. I said, well, then you're just stuck with 1%. So that might not be what you want to do. If you don't want any tax versus a low tax. So I just want to be clear. I guess you can't divide anymore. I'm not going to divide my own amendment at this point. Thank you. Although I think it's divisible about 6 ways. Chief clerk's still ahead in the pool. And so I think you understand, I hope you understand what's in the bill. And I know there's a concern about getting something, I don't know if it's voluminous, but folks, the recalibration committee, this is what we had as part of our work. If you followed some of our work, this is what we did. This is what your school districts are being funded on right now. 20 odd pages of this are what we're doing now. And it's all one subject. This isn't pork barrel stuff like you might see somewhere else. This is how we're going to address school financing and the model we use to do that, to provide an adequate and equitable education. And in my view, we have to have someone that's defensible as well. Defensible as well. Now, we spent a lot of time on this issue, and I hope it's only half of the time that's going to get spent. Half of the time, because I hope we advance this bill. There's more amendments to come. There's more amendments to come. For now, I'd ask you to favorably consider this amendment, vote on it for its merits, and then consider the following amendments on their merits. And at the end of the day, if there is a bill that you feel we can continue to work on and have a discussion about education, please vote aye on the final bill. If we want to make any difference, in my view, in education financing and the policy of education, we need a good, solid first step. And I would respectfully say that the substitute bill with this amendment and with any other amendments that this body adopts is that step. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for your favorable consideration on the amendment and your favorable consideration on the bill when we get to the end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker Barlow. Members, you've heard the discussion of third reading amendment number 19 to House Bill number 173. Sensing that you're ready to vote, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. The amendment has been adopted. We'll stand at ease for a moment. Are we going to amendment number 20? All right, Madam Clerk. All right, members, next up is amendment number 20 to House Bill number 173. Representative Hallinan, the good doctor. Representative Hallinan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, you all have heard about this amendment before. It's the amendment that sets up a silo that would cover the administration and one would cover the activities that are in the school budgets. It would not necessarily affect, it doesn't really affect the amount of money that is in the model. The model remains the same. And for that reason, I thought I'd bring up one more item about this bill, about this amendment. And that is that it is very likely that the Supreme Court would approve this bill with this amendment, because this amendment does not affect the model at all. And there are many school districts that probably do not pay as much for their activities or for their administration as is in the model. So they would not be affected whatsoever by this amendment. This amendment would only affect those districts that spend more than the model on those items. And they would only suffer the penalty in the year following for that. So with that in mind, I don't want to belabor you on this for a long period of time because I've already stated this bill once before. It was a close vote. And for that reason, I'm going to ask for the ayes and noes on this amendment at this time. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I urge the body to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. Your request for the ayes and noes is noted. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On and against the amendment, and we had some great debate on that the last time, and I don't know if I got up and talked on it, but I really think this is the prerogative of local districts, and the smaller the district you get, the more this affects their ability to operate. So when maybe when you silo at a big district, you got enough cash in each of your silos to move within those constraints. But when you get in smaller districts, you may have to move money back and forth in a variety of places to fund the people you need. And remember what's in central office. Can't remember exactly. I would be curious if the good bringer of this amendment could tell me what's being captured in each silo, because I don't really think that was explained. So if he could please explain exactly which personnel are in the silo, and then I understand maybe activities in the other. So I'm on and against it. It's not good for small districts in particular.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader Summers. Anyone else for their first time? Anyone? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First for a second.
Anyone else? Any other members for their first time? Chairwoman Flintner.
Thank
for
you,
your
Mr.
first time.
Chairman. Just on and against. Thank you.
Any other members for their first time? Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, I've already spoken on this. If my understanding is correct, it will change the model. The amount of dollars in the block grant that goes to each school. And far smarter people than me conferred with me this weekend. And that is a big change. If we set up silos and limit the districts into spending the money a certain way, they need some flexibility.
Thank you, Chairman Eklund. Anyone else for their first time? First time? Second time? Anyone for their second time? At this point, as we go back to the sponsor, Representative Haviland. Second time, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is so important. Please vote aye. Right now, we're gonna have a discussion on the tax in the moment. You get reductions in there. Granted, it's a decrease on the increase, but without the bill, the increase happens. And then we get this provision that allows us to use the federal funds that are going to come in, not to just increase the model. And I think that is good. But this is a huge, important change. It's nonsense right now, the way this model is being interpreted. And either this model is cost-based or it's not. And if it's not cost-based, then it's nonsense. Then it's not constitutional, I would say too. The cases say that this model needs to be cost-based. So if they get $100 with 100 inputs at $1 each, and they're able to shift 80 inputs into one, which is what they're allowed to do right now, it's nonsense. This is probably the #1 reason why our state is in a quandary on education funding. And while it's going to be good to get decreases on the increases and to use the federal funds not to just increase the model, I do agree with the earlier statement from the earlier iteration that this is the biggest policy shift. And it's very important, and otherwise this is not a cost-based model the way it is right now. And I don't think it's constitutional right now because it's supposed to be cost-based. And you've got them shifting into other areas. So please vote aye on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Representative Hallinan, so I don't interrupt your final comments. Procedurally, we do need a second when you call for the ayes and the noes. So we've got Representative Gray as a second. So Representative Hallinan, please proceed. Your final comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's definite that this bill does follow the model. It says that the amount of money that is to be used is what's in the model for activities and for the administration. I think that's unequivocal. That's what the amendment says. And for that reason, I think we need to remember that these areas of the budget or of the model are taking money out of other places in the model. And those areas suffer because of that. The teachers probably get less because of that. So I would estimate that right now about $30 to $40 million per year is put into these two areas over and above the model. And with that being known, I would say that some areas have to suffer pretty substantial losses. So this would make it possible for those areas to regain that money that's taken away from them. So I would urge you very strongly to support this amendment. I think it's probably one of the most important amendments that we have had to address. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. And I call the question.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. Madam Clerk, if you will please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly.
No.
Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 20 aye, 40 no.
Members, by your vote, third reading amendment number 20 to House Bill number 173 has not been adopted. Next up for our consideration, amendment number 21, third reading amendment number 21 to House Bill number 173. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move third reading amendment number 21 to House Bill 173. This amendment's pretty simple. It removes the 0.5% sales tax in this bill that kicks in when the legislative stabilization reserve account hits 650 million. I really think it is a wrong policy decision for us to place this tax in this bill. We've got the decreases to the increases. The escalator will probably eat that up in 3 or 4 years, but at least better than the status quo. We've got the federal fund provisions that are better than the status quo. The diversions, you know, that one, a little more lukewarm on where we're at right now on it because of the SIPA distribution in there, but and then we've got this tax increase, and I really think this is the wrong policy. We need to continue to work on this issue. We're not there. I mean, I can tell you that the escalator is going to eat this up very quickly. We need to continue to work on this issue, and it's inappropriate. I think it's wrong to have this tax with where we're at as a state, struggles we've been having. This is the wrong policy move. So let's take the tax increase out of this bill. I encourage an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Majority Floor Leader Summers for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On and against the amendment. And really, you know, if you look at this tax, it's a half penny and it doesn't kick in for maybe 5 or 6 years. But it is an insurance policy. And it really is, you know, kind of a third or fourth leg on this stool of how we do this. And the reason I like it at a half penny or at about 80 million, you know, we got in there somewhere 50 to 60 million in reductions. We got some diversions in the neighborhood of 50 to 70 million. And then we have some federal dollars coming in, and we'd really take a hard bite at that apple. So we have a $300 million deficit. And if you go out there when this thing finally would trip in, whenever it would trip in, you know, we're going to cover up about 200 million of that a year, of that 300 million. And I just think it, you know, yeah, it's a hard policy call, right? It's a hard policy call to vote for a tax, but I don't know, I'd vote for a tax for education, and I voted for reductions for education. So on and against this amendment and in support of the bill.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader Summers. Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on and for this amendment, and I will tell you, you know, this is the wrong time to be thinking about taxing the people of Wyoming. When the Senate, I believe, or the other body across the way has created what I believe are meaningful cuts, we really haven't cut here. When you look at the escalators that are coming, and we've been told that, yeah, we're going to have great amount of income off of the new oil boom. And I'll tell you, the administration's their executive orders are going to change that for us in here in Wyoming. Our opportunity for those increases are very questionable. So at a time like this, I just think it's wrong to be expecting the people to step up when we really have not made meaningful cuts in this body to this particular expenditure. And so with that, I'm on and for the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Bear. Chairman Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see this as an insurance policy. No one is going to pay a cent until we get down below that $650 million. I don't know about the rest of your lives, but mine must be really chaotic because I probably pay more insurance than I do anything else because I know that something's going to go wrong. Now, maybe some of you have a lot more faith in the federal funds that are coming at us than I do. But I've seen those things be earmarked to the point where we can't always spend them exactly as we want to offset some of this. I think we need to take a long range look at educational funding. And what we've done so far is a short range. This bill, this amendment takes away the opportunity to have an insurance policy against anything going wrong. There's no consequences to it. It's an insurance policy without a premium. You're not paying a premium. But maybe the most important thing it does is it provides us a level of comfort while we're trying to identify a long-term revenue stream. We know what's happening in the coal industry and how dependent educational funding is on mineral extraction. So if this doesn't help make you feel a little more comfortable, you better start thinking about a revenue stream that's not based on property tax. Because at some point in time, you're going to need it. On and against the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Paxton. Representative Haroldson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wanted to, I mean, obviously all of our emails are blowing up. I would assume all of our emails are blowing up with, hey, don't raise taxes. Let's get this thing under control. And I believe that this tax item in this bill is created, I guess, a bit of poison in there. We need to move forward an education bill, you guys. We do. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that statement. But we can't move forward a bill that's raising taxes for this state because that's wrong. I know it's an insurance policy. I hear that concept. Well, then it should have enough merit to stand on its own as an insurance policy. But to backdoor it in on the education bill, I don't believe is the answer. So I respect and I appreciate this amendment that would remove that because it gives us the ability to just look at an education bill, to make a decision on an education bill, and to move an education bill to the other side of this house or this building. And I think we can do that if we can take this secondary element out of this bill. And when we do that, we're going to actually be able to vote on an education bill, not a tax increase bill. So with that, I definitely stand in favor of the amendment. And if we can get this amendment through, I will stand in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Representative Haroldson. Representative Larson Dan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm against this, or well, I'm for the amendment. We need to pass this for sure. Like everybody's been saying, we got 5 years is what they're saying. Why would you put that in there now? You know, it just doesn't make sense. And with that, I'm on the amendment. I want to make a roll call vote on this one also.
Thank you, Representative Larson. Noted, you've asked for the ayes and the noes. Do we have a second to that for the record? Okay, seconded by Representative Haroldson. Any other members for first time? First time? Chairman Hirschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No props, but I just carried that up here. I was reading them, about 1,000 of them. Penny for education. I just wanted to, Mr. Chairman, just kind of look at our Constitution, which we raised our right hand and swore to, right? That's what we swore an oath to. Article 7, Section 9, taxation for schools. The legislature shall make such further provision by taxation or otherwise that the income arising from the general school fund will create and maintain a thorough and efficient system of public schools adequate to the proper instruction of all youth of the state between ages 6 and 21, free of charge. There's a lot more in this beautiful document about education, but I think here's the deal. Everybody says, hey, we got 5 more years. Some of us were here 5 years ago. I remember the Speaker Pro Tem brought the amendment for a penny for education. We basically sent the same kind of, I mean, there's not some magical solutions going to fall out of the sky on us. You're going to have to cut, you're going to have to direct revenues, and you're going to have to tax. And now we got this fourth leg of the stool. We talk about the federal money. That's wonderful because it will move this decision point down. But the people here in 98 struggle with the same thing when we had a 3-cent state tax. They passed it. Oh, it'll be in effect only for a couple of years. Came back, passed it again, passed it again. And so I think the issue is whether you want to kick the can down the road. We're like every other state. We fund our schools with property taxes. You want to be like South Dakota, you got double the property taxes. Minerals pay 50% of the property taxes in our state. And then the other part of school funding is called federal mineral royalties. Right? We split that with the federal government. Used to be 50-50, now it's 52-48 administration charge. And that's funded our schools. And now we learned just this fall, we have a deficit in school Capcom because a coal mine moved off of a school section. So we're not getting those royalties off of that. And so this thing is growing now. We have the most mineral dependent government service. Department of Health, University of Wyoming, community colleges, corrections, Department of Family Services, you name it. K-12 education now, we're 50% dependent on minerals, price and production of minerals. So this isn't going to end until we kind of start to stabilize this. I think the one that all of us have heard, we don't want to raise property taxes on people, on their houses. I think I've heard from my folks, everybody's told me, hey, I'll pay another penny, I'll do whatever. And so all we're asking is saying, hey, if this thing drops, if we've told our people we've diverted money and we've spent our savings down to 650, and why 650? Because you need about 500 to cash flow. Because we're a state that doesn't borrow money. We're one of the few states that doesn't borrow money to cash flow its services. Most states borrow all the time, continually. We cash flow. We don't owe anybody anything. We pay our bills. That's what conservative people do. And we pay our own way. And I get it. Some people are worried this will, whatever. I mean, I'm not voting for, I don't know how this will affect my scorecard on some anonymous website. Hey, I care less. I'm on the common sense Wyoming guy, born and raised here. Give me a break. Half a penny for Wyoming schools, probably 5-6 years from now. Because we busted our rear ends to save money. Because we took it away from those guys in 2005. They didn't get to enjoy the fruits of their labor. We took their taxes from 2005 and put in a savings account called the Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account. Beautiful. Anyway, and it's not a big deal. I get it. Some of you you're sitting there and you're going to sit in your seats when we come down to the end. But, just know that an aye vote on this is kicking it down the road. It's going to be the 68th or 69th. And you can say, hey, maybe I won't be here. I won't have to worry about it. It's not going to go away, folks. So really appreciate all the great debate, all the work everybody's done. Our schools are huge. It's our future. And not all of us attended school in Wyoming. I'm a 1981 graduate of Midwest Wyoming. Geez, I don't know. You folks who didn't have that privilege to go to school in this great state, to these small schools, geez, it's unlike anywhere. Student body president, played the trumpet in the band, played 4 sports. Can't do that in big schools. But we got all these small schools, be on the ag, FFA, do all that stuff. And so we want to keep a really good thing going. And I think you walk away from this and you go tell your people, yeah, we've cut, we spent all our savings down. Hopefully it never happens. Hopefully the boom comes back. And in the meantime, it gives us time to keep working our economy over the next 3 to 4 to 5 years. Maybe it's gaming. Maybe it's selling the Teton sections. Maybe something will happen. But we're in this crisis mode that we talk about as part of the structure we've created. Don't kid yourself. We've created this funding structure. And we gave the most reliable revenue sources to the state and the local governments. Now, who pays sales tax? I'm going to wrap this dang thing up. It's my version of a filibuster. Apologize. But 10% of it's paid by out-of-staters, and 5 to 15% is paid by minerals. Right now, it's about 5%. There's not as much activity, not as much pipe being bought, not as much going on, but 5 to 15% and 10% out-of-staters. So on and against the amendment for Wyoming, and let's keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Harshman. Representative Nyman, if you would wait for just a moment, please. We have Minority Floor Leader Conley. Redirect Minority Floor Leader Conley. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the body. We've spent months doing recalibration. Unlike other recalibrations, for the first time ever, we understood that we didn't have the money in our school foundation account that would simply pay for schools. In the past, recalibration has been simply that, looking at the elements of the model. But this year, we as a committee decided that we needed to solve the problem. And what you have in front of you with the last amendment was the solution. Cutting that tax doesn't help the solution. We need a solution going forward. And it's not a solution for tomorrow. You know, for tomorrow, we've figured out how to pay for tomorrow. It's a solution down the road. It's the way that we do things. We don't just take money out of the account today. We look to the future so we can do the planning. That's what the half penny does when the LISRA gets to a certain level. So on and against the amendment and in favor of the bill.
Thank you. Minority Floor Leader Conley, Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am not going to take much of your time, I promise. But boy, I tell you, folks, my tenure as a legislator has caused what little bit of hair I had left to turn white. I got to be honest, folks, I hate politics. I hate it. My parents said, stay out of it. Don't get involved. All we're interested in is if you become a Republican, you be a Republican, and if you don't, we'll make another one that looks just like you. That's where I come from, very conservative. And I appreciated that. I think I was raised very well. But as I've listened to this, the thing I have to remind myself is that I represent the people that voted for me. I throwed my hat in the ring and offered my services to come down here and not to represent the entire state. My job is to represent 9,000 people in my district. And the majority of those 9,000 people said, yes, Chip, we will send you down there if you will do what we asked you to do. And the people in my part of the state said, you'll go down there and don't raise our taxes. They're not against having to pay more for something, services that they need. But my explicit marching orders from the people that voted for me was, I want you to go down there and do like the rest of us have to do and live within our means. I don't have the latitude to just say, hey, let's just pull some money out of here and throw it in here. I'm diversified. Try to run sheep, cattle, farm, custom work, all that stuff. I can't rob from one to the other. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But what they told me to do is, Chip, go down there and live within your means. We've got this much. Make it work. Don't put away or negate the opportunity to be able to grow if you can. Look for opportunities. But until those opportunities show up, live like the rest of us and everybody get in this boat together and operate like we have what we have and make it work like the rest of the folks that voted me in the office do. I got people calling me from home that are so livid they can't even understand what's going on. How can you cut and cut and cut all these other agencies, and yet one of the biggest in the state seems to think that they are immune to this? It's not realistic. And don't misunderstand, the people in my part of the country want our children educated well. They want to see productive, useful, educated adults going out into the workforce and generating revenue and keep our state alive. But they also realize that we have a responsibility to teach our young people to be responsible in how we spend. I don't think that's too much to ask. This body can raise a tax if it wants, if this comes to it. I'm looking on the positive side. I've heard the positive side all night. Why are we this doom and gloom? We need a tax because it should go down. Well, you know, we don't need a tax if it doesn't. Let's look at this thing and let's look forward. Let's be optimistic. Optimism says you don't need a tax because your state's going to grow. If it's a major hookup in this and keeping things from moving ahead, then I don't understand why we're pushing so hard to hang on to this. Because the folks in my district don't want it. And I represent them. So vote what you need to do, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Nyman. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I don't want to take too much time, but I'll tell you what I'm thinking about. I drive by a school every day, you know, and I see those kids out in that playground, you know, and I got no problem whatsoever with a half a penny or a penny. Hey, I had a good little bill, you know, the good little bills. I had one of the 321, you know, along with 29 other bills that I didn't file. But I'm saying that, you know, look into your inside and think about those young people who we're trying to get ready for the future of our state. And are we gonna be so rigid in our ideological views that we take money over here and we spend it, but we don't balance it out over here? I don't think so. We don't do that in our own lives, just like the previous speakers have said. So those young people, they're looking to us to help them get through school. And we can all take a different view on these things, but you know, when that sun comes up tomorrow, I want them all to feel very, very positive about our state. You know, I'd really urge the new folks, if you haven't been contacted already by the LSO, to schedule a visit to your local schools. You know, they have a program taking the legislature, you know, bringing the legislature live to the school. It's a wonderful experience. It grabs your attention. And those kids aren't afraid to ask questions. They ask the hard questions. Do you get afraid? What's your favorite color? Those kind of things. But even more realistic questions like, are we going to be okay? Because they're facing the same world that you and I are in these days. So I don't have a problem with, by the way, this process has a long way to go, folks, on the other end, right? So I sure encourage you, no on this amendment and an aye on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Henderson. Any other members for the first time? Representative or Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's the conundrum. The only reason that we're not cutting 60 million out of the budget today, a straight cut, is because we have the advantage of taking ARP dollars. And so we're using that advantage to slow down the implementation of the cuts. What happens if we were cutting 60 million today? You know, and you know that the folks down the hall, their target was 120 to 130 million. Well, 60 million is equivalent to about 800 teachers. Most funds in education go for personnel. 120 million, that's closer to 1,500 teachers. And right now, if every one of your school districts, if they were cutting 4 or 5 or 20 or 50 or 150 teachers, you'd be signing on to this in a heartbeat because your phone would be ringing off the hook. So the problem we have today is that we've got a bailout from the US government. And so it's delayed the implementation of the cuts where we would drain the LSRA in about 2 years probably. And maybe even by the end of our biennium. And then it would be serious. So what are we doing with this? We're using this as a step down to protect teachers so we don't have to fire 800 teachers and lose those from our schools. That's what we're doing now. And it's also an incredible opportunity. The opportunity is between now and next year and the next year, we can find creative revenue sources to take care of this half a penny so it never happens. If we're strong-willed, if we're constructive, and if we work together. But what this also does, it's a litmus test. It says either we're going to find another way to supplement that pay, or we're going to force ourselves to tax ourselves. And I think that's a good idea because it makes us get things done. So on in favor.
Thank you, Chairman Nicholas. Anyone else for the first time? First time? Go ahead, Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the representative from Hewlett said it probably better than anybody. I want to put a different spin on it. what do we do when somebody takes it upon themselves to go out and gather signatures to do a ballot amendment? And we redo the basket of goods and we redo the finances. What are we going to do down here then when that day happens? Because I believe we're to the point that that's going to happen. If we don't look at other states, see how they diversified their school system through school choice. Every state in the nation except for Wyoming has done that. They've created ways to save money. If you look at local schools up in Campbell County, they're educating kids between $4,000 and $5,000 a pop. I do not see why we cannot bring our prices down and be in line, be responsible with our spending. I think we're being a little bit arrogant, and I think we're being a little bit bullheaded. I think all we need to do is look around and take some pointers from other people that know how to get it done. With that, I want to say thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fortner. Anyone else for their first time? First time? Second time? Anyone for their second time? We're going back to the sponsor of the bill. Second time, Chairman Horstman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just appreciate the debate. You know, and the beautiful thing about serving in the House of Representatives, that I don't know what time we got, 6 o'clock. They never have these same debates at the other end of the building. Only House members get to talk about taxes. And so I really commend all of you. It's not easy. I mean, we got to sit in these chairs and do that, and they all have to begin here. And it's a beautiful structure that our founders set up. So appreciate all the good debate, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Horstman. Anyone else for their second time? Second time to the sponsor of the amendment, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this last year has been tough, and I think this policy right now, if we don't take it out, it's a bad move to keep this in there. I want to respond to the point, the notion, the predicate behind placing this in this bill is that this bill is some huge structural change, and therefore there needs to be some concession from the other side on this issue. And I'd argue we have the 2017 experience. These reductions, I'd say as long as they're not under 150 million, they will be eaten up by the escalator. Okay, they will be, especially if they're phased in. And people say all the time, well, what's your plan? What's your plan? I've talked about it at this mic before. The plan to solve this deficit without tax increases is pretty simple. Get reductions. We need to reform the escalator. That's the second part that isn't talked enough. And then you need to divert existing, not new, existing revenue streams. Because people are talking about the structure and how bad it is. Well, maybe people need to look at themselves. I mean, we had that online sales tax, that online gambling bill. And no matter where you are on the policy on that, we had an amendment at the end to divert that to school foundation program, and it failed. Okay. So some of the structure, people say the structure is not quote unquote diversified. Well, every time we try to do diversions of existing streams, it fails. I could talk about why that happens, but it's probably a discussion for another day. But the notion that this bill is some huge change is going to be eaten up by the escalator. It has the federal funds part, which I think is better than what the status quo would be without it. But we need to keep working on this issue. It's like the 2017 experience. I was looking at the graph the other day. There was a brief, just basically was flat or a little bit down. And we're doing it now in 2021. And that's what this bill becomes if we take out the tax increase. This last year has been really tough, and I want to respond a little bit to some of the comments on intent. The intent here is to stop a real problem if this tax increase goes into effect. This is going to hurt people, and it's going to hurt their futures. Who knows the risk someone doesn't take starting a business or the investment someone doesn't make? Because every time they're going to purchase an item, this is being remitted. And every time they look at their bank statement, after this is being paid, it's lower than it would have been. So this has real changes in the way people interact with their daily lives, these tax increases. I also think we need to get rid of this defeatist tone that there's no way to get out of this without these tax increase attempt proposals, because I would tell you there is. And I am 100% sure of that. It is going to require some sacrifice on expenditure, because some of it is diverting existing streams, which requires you to reduce in other areas, okay? And reducing in this account too, it's both. But there is a clear way to do this without these tax increases. So I urge an aye vote on this. This tax increase is going to have major effects on the people of Wyoming, and we need to take it out of this bill. So aye on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Members, you've heard the discussion of third reading amendment number 21 to House Bill number 173. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Clifford, Connolly.
No.
Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Air, Flitner, Fortner, Gray, Greer, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Hunt, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, McGuire, Martinez, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Flitner, aye to no. Martinez, aye to no. Greer, aye to no. Further changes? Olson, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 28 aye, 32 no.
Members, by your vote, amendment number, third reading amendment number 21 to House Bill number 173 has not been adopted.
Thank you, members. Thank you to Representative McGuire for handling the chair for the last 3 hours, 2 hours. Only one amendment, I think, but well done. Thank you. 2 amendments. Next amendment for our consideration is third reading amendment number 22. Representative Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to move third reading amendment number 22 to House Bill 173 and ask for your favorable consideration. So we had a great debate. I think we've had a great date all day here too as well. Thank you. But we had a great debate over consolidation. So what this would do is delete the requirement to consolidate and simply go back to a study. And you can read it as simply as I am. And so I'd urge your support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're on third reading amendment number 22. Anyone for their first time? First time? Representative Gray, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I urge a no vote on this amendment. So we just voted on this about 3 hours ago. We had a good debate for probably about an hour and a half, or an hour. And I'm going to defend the policy that this House determined on that amendment, which is that we've studied this so many times. That's why I remember they said it's 7 million. I mean, the reason they know that is because they've studied it and they've studied it and they've studied it. So this amendment, if it's adopted, basically does nothing. We've had multiple reports on this. I think this consolidation is one of the easiest reductions. And if it's implemented in a way that the positions are retained and the reductions effectuated through attrition, then it's a pretty small reduction at the start, but over time, it's like the phased in reductions in this bill, it does affect it. So we've done this study multiple times. I urge a no on the amendment. Let's keep the original policy of the body from about 3 hours ago.
Thank you. Chairman Zwanitzer,
Thank
first
you.
time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage your yes vote on the amendment. You know, the reason I brought the bill last year and this year and had the amendment conversation was to start the process. And I'll be truthful, the bill was different in committee than the amendment I brought on the floor. And it was really in agreement with me and my co-sponsor that we thought reducing it by 9 districts might be the answer. But that's 2 people. I think the good majority of floor leaders actually made it better. I hope that the State Board of Education does bring a study and, you know, really highlight some cost efficiencies and savings. And if they don't do that, trust me, I'll be back next year at this mic shedding blood on the floor. But I am all for a good faith effort on behalf, going to the Education Committee, studying the issue, coming back with something solid that may say we can cut 20 districts, or we can consolidate maybe just 4. I don't know what the right answer is, but I like that we're starting the conversation without any preconceived notions of mine, right? It's better to have this as a statewide discussion, and I like where the amendment ended up in this intent.
Thank you. Any other members for their first time? Other members for their first time? First time? Second time to the sponsor? Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 22, House Bill 173. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Members, we're on third reading amendment number 23. And if anybody, member knows of another amendment besides 14, which we will go back to 14, please notify the chief clerk and the speaker if there's another amendment in the works, so we hold up, because this is the last one before we get to the delete the enacted clause. With that, Representative Hallinan, please present.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just give a little bit of talk before I withdraw this amendment to say that I think that we need to have, we have a deficit of over 100 million. If we had a deficit of 100 million, we wouldn't need to have tax increase. We wouldn't need to have cuts to the degree we have. And we wouldn't need to have diversions at high levels. But we do have a high
Point of order,
deficit.
Mr. Chairman.
What's your
For
point?
that reason, I
The
respectfully
amendment has never
withdraw
been
my
moved,
amendment.
and we're
Thank
just
you, Mr.
having a
Speaker.
privilege of
I
the
think it
floor.
has been withdrawn. Thank you. Thank you. So I just want to be clear to the body. If anybody's anticipating or has another amendment being drawn up that the chief clerk and I do not know about, please speak now or we'll be going to the final amendment of the day. Seeing none. Seeing none. We're on third reading amendment number 14. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did bring this amendment originally as just kind of one last attempt if anyone needed to say anything, but I think we've said enough, so I'm going to withdraw third reading amendment number 14 at this time.
Thank you. Members, House Bill 173, having been read and debated. Read separate 3 times. The question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly.
Aye.
Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 41 aye, 19 no.
House Bill 173, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 173 has passed the House. I just needed to do that. That reached a little tension for the entire room, I hope. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 174.
House Bill 174, sponsored by House Education, Local Government Sales and Use Taxes, an act relating to sales and use taxes, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
We do have an amendment. Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
With respect to third reading amendment number 1, I will withdraw it at the appropriate time. I just wanted everyone to take a deep breath and think about what this bill does. I think it's been brought with the best of intentions and it's trying to, the sponsor of it's trying to solve problems. I fully understand that. But we just voted for a tax already, so I think one's good enough. And this one would impose another 1 cent statewide sales tax. So I think that's it's a bridge too far. So on against the bill.
Any other member for their first time, Chairman Hirschman on 174.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, this bill does not increase one tax. Does not increase one tax for education. Does not. Now, if you live in Park and Sublette County and the LSRA drops to 650 and this half cent just passed, then this will increase your tax, but nobody else has a tax increase because everybody in the state has the 5th penny. So this does not increase one person's tax. All this does not raise a tax for education. I've been getting the same emails you have. We currently have 7 cent sales tax in Wyoming. 4 are statewide. Remember I did this thing. 4 are statewide, 3 are local. This bill simply says 5 are now statewide and 2 are local. Keeps it at 7. does not raise 1 penny of tax unless you're in park and sublet, and the LSRA goes to 650. And the half penny that we just passed is instituted. What that 5th penny of state tax now, though, is distributed to all locals, 100% to locals, just like it is now. So it would be a tax increase for park and sublet because they have not voted in the 5th penny. They might 5 years from now when this is in, but that's it. So it does not, let me say it again, raise 1 penny of statewide sales tax. Our average rate is 5.4, which is 44th out of 46 jurisdictions that have a sales tax. And we tax the fewest services and have the most exemptions of any state. Have the lowest sales tax in the country, except for Alaska is like 1 or 2%. So again, I just want to make sure, because I know there's been a lot of email, this raises this tax. It simply takes the current 7 from 4.3 to 5.2. I think I've drilled this well deep enough. Phew, filibuster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would respectfully ask that the bringer of the amendment move it so that we may have the discussion. It was not moved.
I think the chief clerk pays pretty close attention to that. She believes it was moved, but when the chairman is right there by your mic, just pull him over there and ask him to move it so everybody feels confident that it was moved. Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, I move third reading amendment number 1, and I will withdraw it at the appropriate time.
Thank you. And I think it was done before, but we want to make sure the entire body feels like we're doing it appropriately. Representative Larson, Dan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. We don't need more of this taxes. He says it's not a tax. He just told me that my county's going to get a tax. I don't need a tax. So vote no.
Any other member first time? First time. Representative Knapp, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against. What this does for my constituency is it takes that 1% optional tax and makes it mandatory. So we pride ourselves on telling our citizens, you get to choose what this tax pays for, whether it's fire, whether it's whatever the item is, you get to choose. And we prioritize that list. We give it to the public. We educate the public. They get to choose whether to tax themselves that 1%. This takes that away and makes it mandatory. So then when you go to other taxes, whether it's a special use or whether it's the college or whether it's anything else, we've already put into place a mandatory tax. How good of a chance do you think it's going to be that they're going to tax themselves another penny when we took away their option for the first one? So it's very important to us to leave the choice to the people to tax themselves for services that they deem appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other member for their first time? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So following up on the last speaker, we need to unpack a little bit what the chairman of revenue, former speaker, said, because I'm afraid it is not the whole story. Okay, so the thing that many people are concerned about is that if the tax that was just passed in the last bill goes into effect, that the people are not going to want to do the current 5th penny because they're going to say that it has crossed the line. And I can tell you from Natrona County, the voters in Natrona County have been very generous for decades with the 5th penny. And I think they would, I don't think they would pass it if this tax in the last bill goes into effect. This bill allows them to through resolution, to place that tax, okay, for the governing body. So I would say this is a tax increase. And I would just say that this is not the appropriate move. If the people of our counties don't want the extra percent after what the last bill as currently reads might go into effect, then we should appreciate their decision and not try to get around it with making it mandatory. So I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Any other member for their first time? We're on first time. First time. Representative Wharf, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I too rise in opposition to this bill. My community just went through this. We had an issue on our ballot for a bond, and it was defeated 2-1. And so we've already, the way I look at it, we've already looked at this, we've already weighed it, and we've already determined that we don't want to pay more taxes in my community. And I think it's really, the one thing we all know is once you put a tax in place, it never goes away. And I just think this is not the time. So I urge the bodies defeated this bill. Thank you.
Representative Duncan, for your first time on House Bill 174.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My county participates in this. My county is actually one of those few very, maybe even the only one that participates in the quarter-cent economic development. And we utilize this. My county is in favor of this because it gives us options. It allows us as a body of the entire county to concentrate. If we were to utilize this and make the 1 penny, sorry, it's a long day, 1 penny permanent, then we can concentrate our time and our efforts in advertising and going after another penny for other projects. We have things that we want to go after for a YMCA or a rec center or something along those lines that we've been working on for a long time. It allows us to concentrate on those kinds of ideas in community development rather than having to diversify our ideas and our thoughts and our efforts in advertising in a bunch of different directions rather than focusing on one, be able to focus on one event. This gives your communities options, gives your people a voice, gives your people the ability to decide for themselves. That's what this is about. It's giving them a voice rather than the legislators, us as a body telling them what to do. It is giving your people a voice. Talk to your municipalities, talk to your communities, talk to your economic development. Let them tell you. They will tell you they want this. As we as a body are taking more and more funds away from them, taking options away from them, they are going to want this to be able to have the opportunity to decide for themselves on and for the bill.
Thank you. Any other members for their first time? First time. First time, seeing none. Second time before the sponsor. Second time, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to rebut that last comment. I mean, this doesn't increase options. It decreases options for the people. Maybe insiders that are in the governing bodies, yeah, they'll be able to pass by resolution if the ballot initiative fails, but it makes that first % mandatory. So if that fails in Natrona County, the people's voice is gone. So this decreases the people's voices. So please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Any other member for their second time? Second time, Representative Knapp.
To one of the previous speakers that says this gives people a voice, it doesn't. What this does is puts in mandatory taxes and then tells locals, now you can go out and get other taxes if you want to optionally. Now you can go out and sell a project if you want to optionally. Because the state's already put in a mandatory tax, mandatory one penny tax. And it kind of hangs our locals out to dry Because they're the ones that have to go out now after that mandatory tax and say, beyond that, would you like an optional one? On and against the bill.
Thank you. Any other member for their second time before the sponsor? Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just again, this bill really, the good chairman of House Education directed that couple of us that a couple of these groups, school boards, cities and counties get together and talk about this because we don't want to solve the education problem. As I mentioned earlier, we've given the state and locals the most stable tax that we have in our system, the sales tax. And so if we kind of diversify education into that sales tax, we don't want to hurt local governments. And so those groups came back really with this. That's why we bring this to you. And so currently under current law, the fifth penny, which is in every county except for the two I mentioned, is a general purpose tax. So if this LSRA goes down to 650 and this half penny for education, all this, then this fifth penny would then become a local tax, the permanent tax. Because the locals, just like the good county commissioner that spoke before, it'll be tough. How do you pass a fifth penny general purpose tax that every county except for two has gotten used to run their police and firefighters and fix their streets? It's general purpose. So we don't want to solve the education thing and put the local government thing in a bind. And so that's what we're trying to reach some kind of compromise. Folks, we got 7 cents right now in law. Nobody does that. Our average rate is 5.4 and lower than everybody around us, except for Montana. They have an income tax, not a sales tax. So we're just trying to protect local governments and not create problems and trying to solve problems with the deal. So that's why we bring it. So appreciate all your good debate and encourage your support for the bill. Thank you.
Any other member for their second time to the sponsor? Representative Stiff. Bring it home.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think there may be some disagreement about exactly what the bill does. It appears that it's under section 104, it's a mandatory increase of the statewide tax from 4 cents to 5 cents. I think we all agree on that. The question, I think, where we disagree about what the bill does is on page 6, starting with lines 11 through 23. It's true that this bill would reduce the maximum optional local amount from 3% to 2%, but it doesn't seem to, of itself, repeal an existing, for example, 1 cent tax. So if your county currently has an optional 1 cent tax and we pass this bill, it seems by the plain language, your 1 cent optional would stay and the state would go from 4 to 5, and so you'd be at 6 cents. So for that reason, I think aye on the amendment, no on the bill, and I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. House Bill 174, having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Clifford. Connolly.
Aye.
Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hunt. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. McGuire. Martinez. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson, Summers, Stith, Stybar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Brown, aye to no. Burkhart, aye to no. Larson Lloyd, aye to no. Henderson, aye to no. Summers, aye to no. Olson, aye to no. Eklund, aye to no. Duncan, aye to no. Air, aye to no. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote is closed. 10 aye, 50 no.
House Bill 174, having failed to receive the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 174 has passed the House. Or did I say that? Has failed to pass the House, has failed to get the vote and failed to pass the House. And I'll tell you what I was thinking about, folks. I've been doing this for 24 days, and I finally got my first double bingo on the roll call thing. That's all I was thinking about. I had a double bingo on the roll call. I'm just saying, that's exactly what I was thinking about. So my apologies. House Bill 174 has failed to pass the House. My apologies. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, are you ready to go to committee of the whole?
Yeah, I better do that. I got the right one. Okay, no, I'm going to adjourn, so. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, the 24th day of March, 2021.
You've heard the Majority Floor Leader's motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. All right, committee announcements before we dismiss. Committee announcements. Mr. Chairman Greer.
Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business and Economic Development, will meet Wednesday, March 24th, 2021 at 8 a.m. to hear the following Senate file. Senate File 113, Business Ready Community Amendments. Senate File 38, Decentralized Autonomous Organizations. Senate File 136, Required Public Service Commission Considerations. And Mr. Speaker, if there is time, we'll hear Senate File 82, Local Impact Assistance Payments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman Zawanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee number 7 will meet tomorrow in EO5 upon noon recess to hear the following 3 bills. Senate File 33, Physician Assistant Amendments, Senate File 74, Athletic Trainer Revisions, and Senate File 102, Unclaimed Cooperative Utility Deposits.
Chairman Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow on noon recess in room E3 to consider 2 bills, Senate File 83, Gillette College Community College District, and Senate File 68, Absenteeism in Public Schools.
Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, will meet tomorrow morning at 8:30, not 8 o'clock, 8:30 in our usual room to consider Senate File 34, Born Alive Infant Means of Care.
Thank you, Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 1, Judiciary, will meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. in 001 to continue consideration of Senate File 19, Public Health Emergencies and Immunity Amendments, Senate File 49, Deferral of Criminal Sentence Amendments, and Senate File 75, Protective Order Amendments.
Thank you very much. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, your House Appropriations will meet on adjournment. We will continue with Senate File 2, Senate File 6, and if time provides, Senate File 71. And tomorrow, your joint conference committee will meet on at noon recess and on adjournment in the conference room.
Thank you very much. Further announcements, further announcements. Yes, Representative Kinner,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning at 6:30, we will have our last Bible study of this session. And it's going to be at the First Baptist Church. It's the Capital Commission coming up from Colorado to help us. Tomorrow morning, 6:30 at First Baptist Church. And guess what? Nathan Winters, who many of you know, well, maybe all of us know Nathan, he will also be there to help us. So 6:30 tomorrow morning, First Baptist Church at 1800, I think it's South Pershing on Pershing Avenue, next to the school there. Thank you. East Pershing, I'm just reminded. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? So I have two announcements. One, apparently there is a bread pilferer. We're missing some sliced bread. And if you want to know why the majority floor leader is so grouchy, is because somebody took his enriched white bread from his office. So anybody that can assist with bread or the missing bread, that would be helpful. The second thing is members, for our new members, I hope you can still join us tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock for a breakfast. I'm hosting a breakfast for new members. It'll be downstairs in the Capitol on the west end. There's a reception room on the west end underneath on the first floor. So it was going to be in the Hirschler building. It's now on the west end. There's a little hospitality room there by right next to the restrooms, just a door over from the restrooms at 7 o'clock. And there will be a field trip involved in this. So I hope the freshman members will join me for breakfast tomorrow morning. Further discussions. There might be white bread involved. Any further announcements? Members, thank you for your good work today. It's been a long, tough day. I appreciate all your good work. With that, members, we are adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, March 24th, which will be our 25th day of session, the 66th Wyoming Legislature. We are in adjournment.